The U.S. women's hockey team bested Canada in an overtime thriller to take home the gold medal. The men's tournament continues today with the semifinals. Canada takes on Finland with puck drop set for 10:40. The U.S. takes on Slovakia at 3:10 to attempt to advance to the gold medal game. In other news for Team USA, Jordan Stolz took home silver in the 1,500-meter speed skating final, and Alyssa Liu took gold in the women's singles figure skating final. An updated look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still in front, 34 total medals, 16 gold. They have a comfortable lead as of right now. The USA jumps into second with 27 total medals, 9 gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. And Italy falls to third with 26 total medals, 9 of them being gold. A quick look around the NFL. CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz reports the Broncos are expected to hire Bills quarterbacks coach Ronald Curry as their wide receivers coach. Browns right guard Wyatt Teller announced he will be leaving the team in free agency, and the Rams re-signed offensive tackle David Kessenberry to a 1-year contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
It's Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
So they've only allowed a
Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant. America! WGR Sports Radio 550.
This tournament keeps delivering. Men's and women's side keeps delivering. The U.S. wins gold yesterday with a incredible golden goal at the end. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. The men's team is in action later on, just after 3 o'clock against Slovakia. The U.S. women winning yesterday in Milan, 2-1 in overtime over Canada. And they made it tense. I think he said several times on the show yesterday, like, oh, this should be a blowout. They were massive favorites in the game. Oh, and didn't you say what it was yesterday? Weren't they like minus...
USA was like minus 700 or something.
700, right.
It was a big, big number.
Canada was like plus 500, you said.
Yeah.
Right,
Canada was plus 500 or something like that, I saw at one point.
Crazy.
That's psychotic for Canada to be that heavily favored against in a hockey tournament.
I mean, the game was really tight and close, and there is something about the entertainment value of when the game is close. Like yesterday, if they had won 5-0, like we'd be celebrating it, and it would be, this is the most dominant team we've ever seen. They outscored opponents like 31-1 going into the gold medal game. And then if they had done that, it would be, okay, this is like, the Soviets in the 1970s or in the 1980s run of dominance. I did look up. That team had outscored their opponents 50-11 going into the U.S. game in 1980. So they'd scored a few more goals. But this team had done that. They still only allowed 2 in the entire thing. The whole tournament. Frankel, the U.S. goaltender, is incredible. And she only allowed the 2 goals all tournament long. And, the thing about the game being close is you get all-time moments. You don't remember as many of those if you just destroy the other team. And they didn't. They had to fight for it. And Hillary Knight, a pretty amazing way to become the all-time leading scorer at the Olympics, deflecting a goal in off an Edwards shot at the point to tie the game with 2 minutes left. The goalie is pulled. And then, you know what? The goal by Megan Keller is got to be one of the greatest golden goals in sports history. Like, just in terms of, I mean, you could do it in terms of anything, I guess, because of the stage. It's the gold medal game at the Olympics, and it's USA and Canada. But it is as impressive a goal as any golden goal or any buzzer beater, any play to win a title or a championship or a gold medal, whatever. It is as impressive a goal as you'll see. That is one of the benefits, I guess, of getting these 3-on-3 overtimes in these tournaments, is I don't like it for, there is a bit of randomness attached to it, and I tend to think that it's good for the lesser team. But, man, what you definitely get are skilled goals, and you've had 2 of those in 2 days. I mean, the Quinn Hughes goal is not quite what Keller did, but that is speed and ripping down the slot and firing a shot, posting in. And then the Keller goal, if anybody has played the NHL video game for a very long time, that is the L1 deke that she pulled off and did it as clean as I've ever seen. Under the blocker, right? Got it under the blocker.
Yeah, that was a crazy nasty move she pulled off there. I mean, it was awesome. That was such a fun, like, tense game too. The USA just looked tight all game, like they knew that pressure was on them, and then they come through clutch. Hillary Knight comes through when she always does, and Keller's that goal was obviously, like we were just talking about, like, that was awesome.
What is better? Is there a better golden goal anywhere before? I mean, hockey has what? They showed a highlight of Poulin scoring a golden goal for Canada, I think in the 2014 Winter Olympics. That wasn't quite in overtime, though. I think it was in the final minute of the game. Crosby in the Winter Olympics for Canada.
2010.
That, again, it's like big stage, but if I'm talking the most impressive one we've seen, I mean, really, it's just a shot from below the face-off circle, 5-hole.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's smart. It's a savvy shot, but it's not exactly an impressive toe drag top corner, like 5-hole tuck. Like that goal Keller scored was really, really sweet.
Right.
I think you're going to have a hard time finding a cooler-looking gold medal winning goal.
Yeah.
That's an all-timer.
We know around here we're not going to give that to Brett Hall because, one, it shouldn't have counted, and two, even if it should have counted, it's just kind of, a rebound goal in front of the net. So that would never be it. Alec Martinez for the Kings, that's a rebound, isn't it?
Yeah.
To win the Stanley Cup?
Yeah, big rebound from Lundqvist, kicks it out. He one-times it in, far side. Yeah, I see it in my mind.
Yep.
Patty Kane.
Oh, yeah, Pat Kane. That's a good one to bring up. I forgot about that one. No one even knew it was in the net. Right.
That was pretty cool. He's celebrating at center ice, and everybody's looking around like, wait, what?
I think there's a Greg Buck clip of that goal that the afternoon show used to play where, like, no one, like, where he didn't know that it was in the net for, like, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's not
good.
it.
That was good, but it was not.
Yep.
Not as obviously and, like, clearly just like, wow, look at that play that girl just made, or that guy just made.
Right.
I just found it so fun last night.
I thought of, for this, I was trying to think, is there a better one? Women's hockey or men's hockey? Even soccer I looked into a little bit because you get golden goals there in some formats, but you had some good ones, but nothing on like this stage. I thought of, this is not quite golden goal because it wasn't to win the championship, but Yzerman in Game 7 against St. Louis.
Yeah,
it's
that's pretty good.
Wicked slap shot.
Yeah, it was a bomb, right? He unleashed.
See, this is my own poisoned modern hockey brain, though, where I watch that goal, and it is incredible when you watch it from like the back camera angle. But, of course, what's my reaction, being 30 years old, watching that goal, is we were playing the sport where a slap shot from the blue line was going in like that.
Right.
Really?
It's always tough.
Give me a save?
Right.
That shouldn't have been a save back then, even?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a hard shot, and those used to go in more. So maybe not, but like, I don't know. I loved that goal last night. I think you've got a good point here. I don't know that there's a goal that's going to beat it
in terms of skill.
Yeah,
right?
Just like it's a highlight reel in a huge moment. It's awesome.
Yeah. To get one in the 3-on-3 overtime in this gold medal game is a possibility, of course, because you throw the Canadians and Americans out there if they both win today, and they're expected to. Big favorites, like a big probability that you'll get USA and Canada in the gold medal game today. Joe DiBiase, Jeremy White's off today. It's Jeremy and Joe taking your phone calls at 803-0550. I do got a Bills question I want to get to that I think a lot of callers out there might have some different opinions on. That's coming up. We will have coming up at 8 o'clock, Carl Jones from WIVB Channel 4 on the Bills offseason and some of our dream ideas, both in free agency and in the trade market. And we'll talk with Patrick Bacon of HockeyStats.com on these Olympic Games. He's been doing all the numbers throughout these games and been watching them all. So both on the Olympic tournament and on the Sabres' chances to make the playoffs, they are one of the more optimistic sites on the Sabres playoff odds. So he's coming up at 9 o'clock. So plenty of time for your phone calls before that. 803-0550, the phone number. Let's go to Jerry in Depew to kick things off. What's up, Jerry?
Good morning, Joe. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Joe, I'm talking about a golden moment of the Sabres. And going back in the playoffs against the Bruins many years ago against Stray Bork, Brad May, and you probably heard the call by Rick Jenneret, Mayday, Mayday. That move was so reminiscent. It's unbelievable. But it's the same move and the same result, a beautiful goal that we won in overtime.
Yeah,
that was great.
Thanks, Jerry, for the call. That in our own moments, that's got to be number one for the skill of it. And it being Ray Bourque helps. Yeah, it's not quite the same move because May is going from his backhand on the move to his forehand when he takes the shot, and Keller yesterday is going from her forehand to her backhand. But it's close. It's close. That, for me, for Buffalo, has got to be the best. In terms of the skill of the goal, to win it, again, if it's not for the cup, so it's not quite golden goal, but, yeah, that's a good one to bring up here. I mean, really, you could say the same thing, not quite the same thing, because the May goal is probably more impressive for skill. It's not just also the move on Bourque. It is that like hesitation to get Moog out of the net before he goes around him to score. Pominville, though. Pominville to win a series, I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty good. He doesn't pull off a deke at any point. He kind of just shoots around the side and then cuts out in front of the net. So that's a good one, too. But the deke that Keller pulled off yesterday might be unmatched. Paul in Buffalo next. What's up, Paul?
That was a fantastic game by two teams that just gave it their all. And I got to get this off my chest. How demeaning to the great Canadian women who fought like lions out there, to, after they get their silver medals, because it's more important than the medal, to be given a little dolly. I thought that was just so gauche, so bourgeoisie, so creepy, to see this old lady coming by handing them little dolls like they're 8-year-old girls or something. If, God forbid, we lose the gold medal game to Canada in men's hockey, are they going to give Brady and Matthew Tkachuk a little dolly? I think not. I think that was so demeaning to the Canadian women, and several of them looked like they wanted to rip up the little dolly and throw it in that creepy old lady's face, and I wish one of them would have. I feel so bad for the Canadian women who had to stand there after they get their silver medals, and one at a time on camera each time, because I'm sure the little dolly will be on sale somewhere. We had to watch them get these dolls and look like they wanted to puke. That was awful. That is a terrible way to treat women. It is demeaning to all women, but especially the Canadian women who just fought like lions in that game, to have their hearts broken in overtime. I mean, that really ruined the ceremony for me, I must say, and that was one of the great hockey games I've seen in a long time. But I had to get that off my chest. I thought it was beyond banal. I thought it was creepy. Maybe it's something I don't understand in middle age. I don't want to understand it.
Yeah, thanks, Paul, for the call. I did not see that happen. I actually had somewhere to be yesterday. I was waiting for the ceremony, and I had to leave before it had started because there was like a 15-minute gap from when the goal was scored to the ceremony, so I missed that. I guess I didn't see it. If that is exactly how you laid it out, how it went, then that is pretty weird to me that they decided to do that. Did either of you guys see that happen?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see that either.
I'm looking for it as we speak.
Yeah, same. I'm trying to find any information on it so we can, talk on it like we know something.
Yeah, right. So the U.S. women, that's, by the way, surprised me. It's only the third time they've won the gold. The women's team, since it's been introduced. They won in 98, they won in 2018, and then they won this time. And they play Canada almost every time in the gold medal game. But I did read a story from Bruce Arthur, who covers the Canadian women's team up in Canada for, I think he's Winnipeg Sun, maybe. The Star. Toronto Star now. And the way he wrote about it was, it was like a moral victory for Canada, just that they played the game close and they made the U.S. fight, because maybe this could flip back around, but what he laid out is this could be the last time in a long time that it looks that close, because I guess just the direction of the two programs, the U.S. is racing ahead of everybody, and we'll see if Canada can keep it tight. But when I was reading Bruce, he kind of laid out that maybe it's not gonna be. Maybe the U.S. will be way better for a stretch here. Yeah,
the U.S. women, that roster they've got now is young and really, really good. There's a few of them left, or there's a lot of them left from when I played against them when I was in New Mexico. We played a couple games against them, and it was great. They were unbelievably fun, and it was a great experience. And they just keep rising and rising and rising. Like they are getting really, really good. And they just, as we saw, dominated the Olympics this cycle. And I would not be surprised that if it continues to keep happening.
803-0550 is the phone number. Today, the U.S. men, 3-10 against Slovakia. And they also will play against they'll play against Canada if they win. Canada will play at 10:40 against Finland. They are also a heavy favorite, but not nearly as heavy a favorite as the U.S. are. Owen's got the U.S. jersey in there. Is that Miller?
It's Miller. You got Miller on too, don't you?
I do. Is that from the 2014 games?
This is 14, yes.
Okay.
This is 14, right before he got traded.
I went back and looked because I don't remember him playing at the 2014 games, and he did play one game that I watched the extensive highlights of the other day. Mm-hmm. He played against Slovenia.
Oh, wow.
And I was reminded that I hated those Olympics because, like in 2006, I felt like Miller should have been starting.
Right.
I was never a big Jonathan Quick fan.
No.
Because he was the goalie. He's kind of like Binnington.
Yeah.
Although he did it, more than once.
Right.
Getting hot in the playoffs, but he'd put up these numbers in the regular season that were like,
fine.
Not great, average, maybe slightly above average, and Miller was still really good at that point.
Yeah,
I was biased. I wanted Miller to start.
I'm reading in our chat here, and take that for what it's worth. That they hand out those dolls to everyone in the medal games, and I think men and women get them. So I don't think it was a gender thing there. So that at least is a positive. I do think it would be a little weird to have lost that game and then get a doll or something. But
do you know what they look like?
I don't know.
Why dolls? Don't they usually give watches out?
Yeah, right. I was like, not a Rolex. We got to do a.
Don't they do it in the World Juniors? Like player of the game gets a watch. After
player
every
of the game gets a Rolex or something.
So you got this 18-year-old kid who's in tears because they just got eliminated, and he's got to stand there for a picture while holding a brand new watch. It's always a weird. Yeah. It's always a weird aesthetic.
We're getting calls, a ton of calls right now.
Oh wow.
Phones are lighting up.
The dolls are normal. Every medal ceremony, everybody's getting a doll.
In every sport?
In every sport.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not just, it's been in every medaling thing. It's like a mascot kind of a thing, like a keepsake.
I think this is me then admitting, I think this is probably right. I don't think I've watched a medal ceremony yet.
I don't think I've stuck around in the programming long enough to see one.
I've watched a couple, I just haven't noticed. I guess I'm not watching that closely to what they're being handed.
Yeah, right.
To know that it's a weird little doll.
Are they showing a lot of the medal ceremonies? I feel like they're ducking out of the. Well, I guess what you're watching.
It depends. Yeah,
I'm watching a lot of Gold Zone.
Right.
On Peacock.
So you're not going to get that in there. That's Red Zone for the Olympics.
That is funny though, isn't it? It's called Gold Zone. Don't you think they would be showing the medal ceremonies? But they're just sticking to the action and
Right.
Interesting.
I'm looking at one right now. It's a little otter-looking plushie.
Yeah, it's
right.
like It's like the mascot for the
Yeah,
games. I actually kind of like the idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's maybe just give it to them, maybe when they're leaving the locker room,
Yeah.
not on the ice after they.
But
do
I
well.
guess it's a standard thing, so it's not
Right.
like it was just the Canadian women's team.
Crossing many Olympics and many sports.
Tage will get said plushie.
Right,
Like,
Tage will come home with a plushie.
Yes.
We know that.
unless they lose both games.
Yes,
but I don't believe that
would
is
be tough.
I don't believe that is in the cards. Yeah. They should medal. Their medaling chances are like 90-something%.
Yeah, I think they'll get.
I mean,
although if they end up losing and end up with Finland, that's not an easy out.
So we'll talk to Patrick Bacon later today of HockeyStats.com. His site, he and Jay Fresh Hockey, another great account that does a lot of this. Mm-hmm. They have Team USA to win this game at 89%. And they are 96% to medal. So
wow,
heavy favorite. I think that's even beyond where the the betting odds would be for this.
Yeah,
They've Canada at 69%, but 89% for the Americans today against Slovakia. I am definitely one to underrate these teams that don't have a ton of NHLers.
Yeah,
and that is Slovakia.
It is, but Slavkovsky scares the bejesus out of me.
Yeah,
I think he is a stud, and he's a guy that could just take a game over, and that scares me a little bit.
I have watched him this tournament and thought a lot about this could be a dude that I end up really hating.
Yeah.
In the NHL.
Yeah,
because I've said it before. I think that there is a good chance, given the youth of both teams and what they've looked like this year, that Buffalo and Montreal could really become a rivalry here.
If totally agree.
Both good for a couple of years in a row, which I think for Montreal, I definitely think is going to happen.
Yeah,
and for the Sabres, I mean, we could be hopeful given how they've looked that is going to happen too. I mean, you could get playoff matchups in multiple years. And you've already had important games. They played in January against each other. And if you play a team like that all the time and you're both good at the same time, and you're on the same level, that's how you start creating a rivalry. And he's just got this way about him. He's good.
Yeah.
But what is it? Like, just some guys have it.
There's a swagger and like an almost overconfidence that kind of rubs you a little bit, right? Like you watch him play and you're like, wow, that guy can do it. And he knows he can do it. And he carries himself that way. And it kind of is like, ugh, this is I don't know if I like this.
Yeah.
Like, we'd love it if he was a Sabre. He's awesome.
He's
but
great.
If he's on another team, he's going to probably make you pretty annoyed.
We'll see. Maybe that's a playoff series this year, Buffalo and Montreal. So 3:10 today for Team USA and Slovakia. The Sabres were on the ice again for practice yesterday. We are now 5 days away from their return to action. It has felt like 3 months that they have been off to me. It's felt a lot longer than it's actually been, but they're getting really close here, a couple of days away. Luukkonen practicing with a brand new mask and everything. By the way, Team USA was just at their morning skate. Michael Russo, the Athletic, was tweeting out the line combinations. And Jack Hughes is on the line with Larkin and Tage Thompson. And they played together a lot in the last game, and I thought that line looked better than they had all tournament with Jack Hughes on it. And no coincidence, they scored the only goal 5-on-5 in the entire game. And it looks like Clayton Keller might be the guy that's out of the rotation. No, Connor is still out of the rotation. Keller is not on a regular line. So get your Vinny Trocheck, JT Miller fix again. Great. 803-0550 is the phone number. When we come back, anyone got a dream idea for the Bills this year? Free agency in the trade market? Like, what's the big idea? There are a lot. We've talked about all of them, but we haven't really narrowed in on what your favorite is and what my favorite is. And I don't know that I know what my favorite is. Big names, A.J. Brown, Brian Thomas, Max Crosby, and plenty more. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. No Jeremy this morning. This is WGR. you know what? The goal by Megan Keller is got to be one of the greatest golden goals in sports history. Like, just in terms of, I mean, you could do it in terms of anything, I guess, because of the stage. It's the gold medal game at the Olympics, and it's USA and Canada. But it is as impressive a goal as any golden goal or any buzzer beater, any play to win a title or a championship or a gold medal, whatever. It is as impressive a goal as you'll see. That is one of the benefits, I guess, of getting these 3-on-3 overtimes in these tournaments, is I don't like it for, there is a bit of randomness attached to it, and I tend to think that it's good for the lesser team. But, man, what you definitely get are skilled goals, and you've had 2 of those in 2 days. I mean, the Quinn Hughes goal is not quite what Keller did, but that is speed and ripping down the slot and firing a shot, posting in. And then the Keller goal, if anybody has played the NHL video game for a very long time, that is the L1 deke that she pulled off and did it as clean as I've ever seen. Under the blocker, right? Got it under the blocker.
Yeah, that was a crazy nasty move she pulled off there. I mean, it was awesome. That was such a fun, like, tense game too. The USA just looked tight all game, like they knew that pressure was on them, and then they come through clutch. Hillary Knight comes through when she always does, and Keller's that goal was obviously, like we were just talking about, like that was awesome.
What is better? Is there a better golden goal anywhere before? I mean, hockey has what? It has. They showed a highlight of Poulin scoring a golden goal for Canada, I think in the 2014 Winter Olympics. That wasn't quite in overtime though. I think it was in the final minute of the game. Crosby in the Winter Olympics for Canada. That again, it's like big stage. But if I'm talking the most impressive one we've seen, I mean, really, it's just a shot from like below the face-off circle, 5-hole.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's smart. It's a savvy shot, but it's not exactly an impressive toe drag top corner, like 5-hole tuck. Like that goal Keller scored was really, really sweet.
Right.
I think you're gonna have a hard time finding a cooler looking gold medal winning goal.
Yeah,
that's an all timer.
The U.S. women's hockey team bests Canada in an overtime thriller 2-1 to take home the gold medal. The men's tournament continues today with the semifinals. Canada takes on Finland with puck drop set for 10:40, and the U.S. takes on Slovakia at 3:10 to attempt to advance to the gold medal game. In other news for Team USA, Jordan Stolz took home silver in the 1,500-meter speed skating final, and Alyssa Liu took gold in the women's singles figure skating final. An updated look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top. Pretty commanding lead, 34 total medals, 16 of them gold. The USA jumps into second with 27 total medals, 9 gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. And Italy falls to third with 26 total medals, 9 of them being gold. A quick look around the NFL. CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz reports the Broncos are expected to hire Bills quarterbacks coach Ronald Curry as their wide receivers coach. Browns right guard Wyatt Teller announced he will be leaving the team in free agency, and the Rams re-signed offensive tackle David Kessenberry to a 1-year contract. Join Bulldog and WGR in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not riding? You can still make a difference by donating to any of our team members. Every dollar goes directly to Roswell Park, Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
The outlet pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move, cuts to the net, score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero, United States, wins gold and belong.
Great call from Kenny Albert. I like Kenny Albert. U.S. wins in women's hockey, the gold medal over Canada. Scored with 2 minutes left. Hillary Knight becoming the all-time leading scorer at the Olympics, and then also you get Megan Keller with the deke and the winner in overtime. A couple minutes into overtime to get the win. Men play today at 3:10. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. It's rainy out today, which I guess is good, and it's melting all that snow and all that ice. Taking the dog for a walk is not yet that easy, I'll say. Yesterday was sunny and warm enough to where, like, I was comfortable, but all the snow that's melting still is creating these mass puddles, like, in the middle of the sidewalk.
It's a problem.
It's like walking through a minefield of what I can't.
Right.
I got to wear like muck boots outside now.
And just with the rain in general, like the 40 in rain, it's just not pleasant. Owen and I were walking to the driving range the other day, and I was like, what do we, like, now that we're actually at 40 in rain, do we prefer negative 15 real feel, or do we prefer 40 in rain? Like, what would we rather have now that we're in the other?
Right. On the front end, like football season, I'd rather have the negative 15 in snow, but because it's just been beaten out of me for the last 2 months, I think I was excited to see 40 in rain at the beginning of the week. Now that it's here, I don't know, though.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
It wasn't great.
It's almost going to be 50 in rain today. It's going to be like 49 degrees.
You know, like, really, I guess why I like it is because I know it's an exercise in getting us to spring. Like, we need to go through this phase in order to get what comes out on the other side. I need to get the snow melted, and I need to get, I need to get the mud process going. I need the mud to rise up through the snow so that it can start drying out. It's got to see the sun, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It can't start drying out until it gets some direct contact.
Right.
So I don't know.
Get those golf courses dried out.
48 days till the Masters. They got to get it. They got to get the mud phase done.
48 days until the Masters. See, that doesn't make me feel like spring is close, though, because generally I feel like I'm not golfing yet by the time the Masters is here.
I agree.
It's like when you're
and
just
if it's still
starting
48 days away until I'm starting to think about it.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
The Players is closer than that.
That's true.
Right? The Players is next month.
Yeah,
Yes.
next month.
A couple of weeks. 803-0550 is the phone number. Some football today as well. I mentioned we'll have Carl Jones on coming up at 8 o'clock. And when we do, we'll get to a lot on not just the draft, because there's a lot to happen before the draft. The draft's in, a little over 2 months still. But free agency is just a few weeks away. And there'll be trade conversations, I'm sure, all throughout the combine as you're going to get GMs speaking and agents are going to be there leaking things. And, hey, yesterday you had a little of this, right? A.J. Brown dropping some hints. I mean, it was hard for him not to. He was asked directly about Mike Vrabel, someone that he has played under before, and what's he going to say. But he certainly didn't do anything to hide that he would want to go to New England. He said the quote, "We're all Patriots here," or something, right? We'll get some of the clips along the way. Like, that stuff's going to start happening. And Brown, by the way, like, there is an argument, I think, that you should want him because that's who New England's going to want. And how badly do you want to play that game? Blocking New England if it's a position and a player that you would also want yourself. You're not going to block them just to block them, but A.J. Brown is the type of receiver and the level of receiver that I think this offense needs. I mean, I don't know how many people, though, he is the dream for. What's your dream idea? How many people are saying A.J. Brown? Because there are going to be what-ifs with everybody. But with him, it is, I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, how well he is going to age playing the type of way that he does at the position. But he is still only 28, so he should have a couple more years at that. The contract's not a bad thing for him because it's only going to cost him, the Bills or any team that trades for him, like $7 million. The price that you're giving up, though, to Philly will likely be more because they're the ones that have to eat all the money. And that's going to cause them to have to take on a big number. What's the best idea here? Is it Trey Hendrickson? Is it Max Crosby? Is it Brown? Is it Brian Thomas Jr.? Is it Budda Baker, who's a star safety that is maybe available in Arizona? It depends what they want to do, but that's going to be a bit of a what-if with all these guys right now. Like, how available are they really? These are all names, though, that you could reasonably get to. That guy could be traded. What's the best idea? If the Bills make one big swing on a veteran player, not anything pertaining to the draft, what is the right big swing? They have not really made one since they signed Von Miller. And the Bills signed Von Miller a long time ago. That was 4 years ago now that the Bills signed Von Miller. And since then, what's the biggest move they've made on a veteran player? Is it, I was going to say Bosa. That's a 1-year, third-rate contract at his position. I mean, that can't be the answer. What is the biggest thing they've done in that time? Because I'm not sure there really is a good answer to it. I think there's got to be an appetite from Brandon Beane and from the entire Bills organization to do something like that this offseason. They probably can only do one, though. Like New England, they can, if they wanted to, and they can pull it off, they have the room likely to do 2 or 3 of these. They could trade for A.J. Brown, and if they also want to be in the Trey Hendrickson game in free agency, they could probably do that too. The Bills, they probably have to pick one and go for it. And what is that one idea that they should pick? I am open to different ideas right now, but I'll tell you where I'm laying out. Larry, we'll get to your call and more phone calls at 803-0550 on what's the best idea. I think right now my 2 favorite ideas at 2 different positions are the Trey Hendrickson idea in free agency and the Brian Thomas Jr. idea in the trade market. Hendrickson is not the complete player that Max Crosby is. I just think they got to stop focusing on the all-around nature of what a defensive end is going to be able to do for you. It's not a bad thing to have those traits, but I think one thing I'm hoping is different about a Jim Leonard defense versus what was true of a Sean McDermott defense is the Sean McDermott defense at that position, at defensive line and at the edge, there was a need to be able to do it all. You got to be good at setting the edge. You got to be responsible in your rush lanes, in your lanes when you're defending the run. And I'm hoping that under Jim Leonard, it's more let him loose, hell-raising, pass rush, go get the quarterback at all costs. It almost kind of, to make a hockey comparable, it's like when Dahlin is on this team under Ralph Kruger. How is he asked to play? He's basically stapled to the blue line, and you don't go below the faceoff circle. You don't move between these 2 spots. You stay here, you stay there, because we need you to be sure that you are back and that you are being responsible in your own end. And that limited him as a player a lot. What did Don Granato come in to do? go wherever you want. You want to take a chance and go down into the corner? You want to take a chance and go down into the slot? Go ahead. Do it. Go take chances. Make mistakes. Be willing to make a couple of mistakes because the reward is hopefully going to be enough to overcome that. And that is the same type of mentality that I'm hoping they approach at defensive end. If you do that, I think Hendrickson is your guy. The difference between Crosby and Hendrickson might just be that Crosby is a better all-around player, defending the run, setting the edge, not getting beat by running quarterbacks and rush lanes. Hendrickson, I feel like, is more of the, he might be lacking in a lot of those areas, but tell you what, a lot of those pressure numbers, pass rush win rate, sacks, you just want to go straight up sacks. This guy is giving you more than Max Crosby is. And you don't have to trade draft capital to get him. Either guy is going to cost you a lot of money on the cap and probably going to take up most of the money you have available this offseason. But one guy is going to cost you minimum a first-round pick. The other guy is not. And would I rather have Trey Hendrickson, who is a big splash at a position of need, star player, has led the league in sacks for multiple years, and use my first-round pick on whoever you want. Casey Concepcion, you want to do that? You get him and Hendrickson, or you just get Crosby. To me, that's an easy one. And on offense, to me, it's Thomas. I want to buy low on Brian Thomas. I want to see if I can get him for a second-round pick and something else of good value. I think that he is gettable. I don't think he's as gettable as he probably was 2 weeks ago because the Jaguars seem to have decided that Travis Hunter's going to play more corner. But for Thomas, it's the explosion that he has. It is the rookie season that he had and what he was as a prospect. And to me, you pair him with Josh Allen, and you would hope that that is going to be what he needs to get back to the 1,300-yard receiver, 10-touchdown guy that he was 2 years ago. And for him, it's also age for me. It's contract control. It's I can pair a Brian Thomas trade because he doesn't cost a lot on the cap with a Trey Hendrickson move. Honestly, I guess I'm kind of cheating here, right? I'm saying my dream idea is both of them because I think they're maybe two of the only ideas I could pair together that work. If I trade for Max Crosby, I'm not going and getting Brian Thomas also because of the draft capital that it's probably going to cost. If I trade for Brian Thomas, I'm probably not also trading for, A.J. Brown. I like the idea of both of them. It's going to be really hard to execute, but I think Thomas is my number one idea on offense and Hendrickson on defense. But for you, it could be Baker, it could be Crosby, it could be Brown, it could be somebody that I'm not mentioning here. Let me know what you think. 803-0550, let's go to Larry in South Florida. What's up, Larry?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just quick little side note. I walked my dog this morning, Joe, and I didn't really have any ice or snow to worry about, so it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
What is it, 75 minimum?
It's a little chilly 72 this morning, but, we're dealing with it. And I am golfing later this afternoon. So
this guy.
I stink, though, Joe. You guys are actually good. So you said dream big, and I love your idea. I love Brian Thomas. I love A.J. Brown, and I love Hendrickson. But you said dream big, so I'm going to go really big. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking, I watched the YouTube Chris Trapasso, his restructuring of contracts, who you would target in free agency. I loved his defensive selections, and I love the idea of Romeo Doubs. And I've always loved A.J. Brown. I think Brian Thomas is great, and to get either one of those guys would be a dream scenario. However, I want to keep the idea of getting Doubs in a couple of the safety, and it was a linebacker and even a rush defensive edge. He said we could get in free agency after all the restructuring. But my big dream is to take this year's number one, not 27s, but 28s, and it might even take a little bit more than that, some later round picks. Go get Justin Jefferson. Mm-hmm. And then if you get Jefferson, Doubs, and then you keep Shakir, and maybe you get a middle round receiver, you're set.
Yeah.
And not only did you get the number one, but you got all the accompanying pieces so we can finally say, here you go, Josh. You can now compete with Cincinnati's receivers. You can compete with Dallas's receivers. And now this is your time to shine. If they do the restructuring, the amount of money freed up, they can afford to make this move. Would I love to get a Hendrickson? Yes. More than a Crosby, like you said? Yes. However, think about last year, all we did is spend money and time and energy on our defense. And as a matter of fact, that's all we really have done. That year that we drafted Rousseau in the first round and then Boogie Basham in the second round, I wanted to smash my head into the wall. I could not believe that we still ignored wide receiver when we had a need back then to at least get a second receiver. Here is our time. We now have an offensive coordinator who's now our head coach. We have an aggressive defensive coordinator. We brought in who's the guy they just brought in? Fox?
John Fox.
Who I think is a smart move, just, to have some, a veteran for advice and someone to lean on. But to go after Jefferson, who's already said he would love to be with our head coach.
Yep. Hey, Larry, sorry, I gotta cut off here because I gotta get to a break. But I want to talk about Jefferson when we come back. That is you said big idea. That's the biggest idea, I think. And I'll tell you where I stand on Jefferson as a concept right now when we come back. Here on WGR, also now, of course, on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM. Tell you where I'm laying out. Larry, we'll get to your call and more phone calls at 803-0550 on what's the best idea. I think right now my two favorite ideas at two different positions are the Trey Hendrickson idea in free agency and the Brian Thomas Jr. idea in the trade market. Hendrickson is not the complete player that Max Crosby is. I just think they got to stop focusing on the all-around nature of what a defensive end is going to be able to do for you. It's not a bad thing to have those traits, but I think one thing I'm hoping is different about a Jim Leonard defense versus what was true of a Sean McDermott defense is the Sean McDermott defense at that position, at defensive line and at the edge, there was a need to be able to do it all. You got to be good at setting the edge. You got to be responsible in your rush lanes, in your lanes when you're defending the run. And I'm hoping that under Jim Leonard, it's more let him loose, hell-raising, pass rush, go get the quarterback at all costs. It almost kind of, to make a hockey comparable, it's like when Dahlin is on this team under Ralph Kruger. How is he asked to play? He's basically stapled to the blue line, and you don't go below the faceoff circle. You don't move between these two spots. You stay here, you stay there, because we need you to be sure that you are back and that you are being responsible in your own end. And that limited him as a player a lot. What did Don Granato come in to do? Go wherever you want. You want to take a chance and go down into the corner? You want to take a chance and go down into the slot? Go ahead. Do it. Go take chances, make mistakes. Be willing to make a couple of mistakes because the reward is hopefully going to be enough to overcome that. And that is the same type of mentality that I'm hoping they approach at defensive end. If you do that, I think Hendrickson is your guy. The difference between Crosby and Hendrickson might just be that Crosby is a better all-around player, defending the run, setting the edge, not getting beat by running quarterbacks and rush lanes. Hendrickson, I feel like, is more of the he might be lacking in a lot of those areas, but tell you what, a lot of those pressure numbers, pass rush win rate, sacks. You just want to go straight up sacks. This guy is giving you more than Max Crosby is. A.J. Brown is the type of receiver and the level of receiver that I think this offense needs. I mean, I don't know how many people, though, he is the dream for. What's your dream idea? How many people are saying A.J. Brown? Because there are going to be what-ifs with everybody. But with him, it is, I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, how well he is going to age playing the type of way that he does at the position. But he is still only 28, so he should have a couple more years at that. The contract's not a bad thing for him because it's only going to cost him, the Bills or any team that trades for him, like $7 million. The price that you're giving up, though, to Philly will likely be more because they're the ones that have to eat all the money. And that's going to cause them to have to take on a big number. What's the best idea here? Is it Trey Hendrickson? Is it Max Crosby? Is it Brown? Is it Brian Thomas Jr.? Is it Budda Baker, who's a star safety that is maybe available in Arizona? It depends what they want to do, but that's going to be a bit of a what-if with all these guys right now. Like, how available are they really? These are all names, though, that you could reasonably get to. That guy could be traded. What's the best idea? If the Bills make one big swing on a veteran player, not anything pertaining to the draft, what is the right big swing? They have not really made one since they signed Von Miller. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I did not realize that yesterday gold medal by Elisa Liu is the first women's figure skating medal that the U.S. has. Gold medal, right, in 24 years. That it's been that long. I guess that always sounds longer, though, when you don't factor in that it's only every 4 years that they go to the Winter Games. The next Winter Games I also learned are in the French Alps. It's not like a specific city. It's like a wide region across like an hour of mountains, I guess. That's where the next one will be in 2030. How did that sound, hearing that year for the first time and not sound like it's that far away? 2030. Into the 2030s. 803-0550 is the phone number. I got a poll up on Twitter. What's the dream idea? They make a splash for a veteran player. The Bills do this offseason. They have limited resources, so it's probably not going to be more than one. And if they did one, Crosby, Hendrickson, Alec Pierce is another name that we could talk about here. I kind of got sold on him yesterday by our guest from Locked On Colts. And what type of player he is just sounds like it really does. It really does fit. More on that, more of your phone calls. If you're on hold there, Harmon will kick off with you when we come back if you're still on hold. And we got a couple open phone lines at 803-0550. Carl Jones coming up at 8 o'clock. Team USA men's in action against the Slovakians today at 3:10 in the men's semifinals. They and Canada, both big favorites. If they win, they will meet in a massive game on Sunday morning. More of your phone calls when we return here on WGR. Also on 104.7 and 107.7 WGR FM. You know what? The goal by Megan Keller is got to be one of the greatest golden goals in sports history. Like, just in terms of, I mean, you could do it in terms of anything, I guess, because of the stage. It's the gold medal game at the Olympics, and it's USA and Canada. But it is as impressive a goal as any golden goal or any buzzer beater, any play to win a title or a championship or a gold medal, whatever. It is as impressive a goal as you'll see. That is one of the benefits, I guess, of getting these 3-on-3 overtimes in these tournaments, is I don't like it for there is a bit of randomness attached to it, and I tend to think that it's good for the lesser team. But, man, what you definitely get are skilled goals, and you've had 2 of those in 2 days. I mean, the Quinn Hughes goal is not quite what Keller did, but that is speed and ripping down the slot and firing a shot, posting in. And then the Keller goal, if anybody has played the NHL video game for a very long time, that is the L1 deke that she pulled off and did it as clean as I've ever seen. Under the blocker, right? Got it under the blocker.
Yeah, that was a crazy nasty move she pulled off there. I mean, it was awesome. That was such a fun, like, tense game too. The USA just looked tight all game, like they knew that pressure was on them, and then they come through clutch. Hillary Knight comes through when she always does, and Keller's that goal was obviously, like we were just talking about, like that was awesome.
What is better? Is there a better golden goal anywhere before? I mean, hockey has what? It has. They showed a highlight of Poulin scoring a golden goal for Canada, I think in the 2014 Winter Olympics. That wasn't quite in overtime though. I think it was in the final minute of the game. Crosby in the Winter Olympics for Canada. That again, it's like big stage. But if I'm talking the most impressive one we've seen, I mean, really, it's just a shot from like below the face-off circle, 5-hole.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's smart. It's a savvy shot, but it's not exactly an impressive toe drag top corner, like 5-hole tuck. Like that goal Keller scored was really, really sweet.
Right.
I think you're gonna have a hard time finding a cooler looking gold medal winning goal.
Yeah,
that's an all timer.
A.J. Brown is the type of receiver and the level of receiver that I think this offense needs. I mean, I don't know how many people, though, he is the dream for. What's your dream idea? How many people are saying A.J. Brown? Because there are going to be what-ifs with everybody. But with him, it is, I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, how well he is going to age playing the type of way that he does at the position. But he is still only 28, so he should have a couple more years at that. The contract's not a bad thing for him because it's only going to cost him, the Bills or any team that trades for him, like $7 million. The price that you're giving up, though, to Philly will likely be more because they're the ones that have to eat all the money. And that's going to cause them to have to take on a big number. What's the best idea here? Is it Trey Hendrickson? Is it Max Crosby? Is it Brown? Is it Brian Thomas Jr.? Is it Budda Baker, who's a star safety that is maybe available in Arizona? It depends what they want to do, but that's going to be a bit of a what-if with all these guys right now. Like, how available are they really? These are all names, though, that you could reasonably get to. That guy could be traded. What's the best idea? If the Bills make one big swing on a veteran player, not anything pertaining to the draft, what is the right big swing? They have not really made one since they signed Von Miller.
The U.S. women's hockey team bested Canada in an overtime thriller, 2-1, to take home the gold medal. The men's tournament continues today with the semifinals. Canada takes on Finland. Puck drop set for 10:40 this morning. And the U.S. takes on Slovakia at 3:10. In other news for Team USA, Jordan Stolz took home silver in the 1,500-meter speed skating final, and Alyssa Liu took gold in the women's singles figure skating final. An updated look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still in front, 34 total medals, 16 of them gold. The U.S. jumps into second with 27 total medals, 9 of them gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. Italy falls to third with 26 total medals, 9 of them gold. Looking around the NFL quickly, CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz reports the Broncos expected to hire Bills quarterbacks coach Ronald Curry as their wide receivers coach. Browns right guard Wyatt Teller announced he will be leaving the team in free agency, and the Rams re-signed offensive tackle David Kessenberry to a 1-year contract. Buckling up takes less time than listening to this. No excuses. A message from the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
Mike Evans, unbelievable career in Tampa, one of the best receivers in the league, great red zone threat. He is going to return for a 13th season. However, it's unclear if he's staying in Tampa or going somewhere else. Now, listen, this guy's had 11 straight seasons with 1,000 yards. He's still very good. He's not like still a top 5. I don't know about a top 10 anymore, but he's still very good. Yeah. I think he could help a contender. I mean, if you're Buffalo, you're just getting Josh Allen on the horn. Please recruit this guy to Buffalo.
Jason McIntyre, FS1. There's a lot of big ideas out there. I mean, I'm really struggling figuring out which 4 to put on a poll, honestly, because I mean, right now there are 4 or 5 exciting trade ideas. There are probably 3 really exciting ideas for what you would do in free agency, which probably comes first before all of these, but I've landed on, I think there are a couple of big receiver trade ideas, and there are a couple of big ideas at pass rusher. I don't really know that there's one at another position other than, I guess there are. I mean, I mentioned Budda Baker. If he's available as a trade, that's a safety. That's an expensive safety, but a great safety. There's Devin Lloyd, who we talked a lot about leading up to that Jaguars playoff game. And he's a great player, and he is a free agent. I don't believe he's going to get tagged. Doesn't look like he will. So he's probably going to make it to become available, and he is very good. 803-0550 is the phone number. A little warmer today, a little rainier. The ice melting, the snow melting. Pretty gross out, but we're working our way slowly to some better days, some better dog walks in the coming weeks. Sneaky Joe DiBiase, it's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Carl Jones coming up at 8 o'clock. Plenty of time for phone calls. Let's kick off this hour with Harmon in Nashville. What's up, Harmon?
Hello. Good morning. Just a little warning. Stay away from A.J. Brown. I've lived here in Nashville for a long time and was here when A.J. Brown was here before he got traded. And one of the reasons that he got traded was because John Robinson, the GM at the time, really wasn't willing to put up with what it took to keep A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, if you get him, all you're going to get is what happened with Stephon Diggs before he wound up being gone. And I don't think that that's what you need with a new coach. That's why he's having trouble in Philadelphia, because Mike Vrabel babysat A.J. Brown, and the Philadelphia coach Sirianni probably was not doing that, and that's why you had all that drama. And you don't want that with a new coach.
Yeah, I guess that would be the number one thing that is mentioned about him and why you wouldn't do it, why they wouldn't do it. That's more of it for me. Like, because for me, I don't care about any of it. any of it. To me, the Eagles have proven that, okay, sure, he reads books on the sidelines, and sometimes he is doing things on social media, and he'll say things in press conferences, and getting into it with the coach, and getting into it with the quarterback, all of it. All the stuff, all the prima donna narrative, sometimes it's nonsense, sometimes it's real, stuff that you hear about wide receivers. All of that's there with A.J. Brown. What's happened the last few years? Whenever they've had a play caller that's any good at all, they're in the Super Bowl. And with all of that happening with A.J. Brown, what'd they do 2 years ago? They won the Super Bowl. Why? Because it matters more if you're great. That comes first. And I think the Bills have ran from that a little bit since Diggs. That intensity. I think Brown might be a little different than what Diggs was for this. Like, to me, the reputation of Diggs was he was so competitive that he would go over the top, and sometimes it was hard to deal with, and the Bills decided rather than trying to deal with it because he's so good, they decided, no, we just don't want to do it anymore. And we'd rather be relaxed as an organization and a franchise. So that's what they've done. Brown, I don't think that's the problem with Brown. Brown is the guy that's tweeting after the Super Bowl that he cares more about his own craft than winning. And that was 2 days after he hoisted the Lombardi Trophy. But, again, my attitude on that is always, well, what do I care what his motivation is? If his motivation is to win and he's great because of it, great. If his motivation is to be the best player he could possibly be, and then he's great. But I know a lot of people are not going to be on board with him because of all of that. And I don't think the Bills, because of how they have kind of acted in the post-Diggs life cycle here, are going to sign up for him and trade all the assets that it would take to get him. But I wish they would. I like him as a player. I think he is the perfect type of receiver for what they need. They need that X-receiver that can beat press coverage, win down the field, win contested balls when you absolutely need to, but that should come like fifth on the list. And Brown does all of those things.
Would it not be the best possible thing for Joe Brady, though? Like, oh, I was able to maintain and handle A.J. Brown on my team, and they end up winning, right? Like, imagine that. Like, that's a big stamp, I would say, for him.
I would agree with that. I also think it is funny that, you know, like, if he did handle Brown and, you know, being able to take all of that and direct it in the way you want it, you might not even need to. Because I don't really think Nick Sirianni has done that, right? Like, there's always something going on. Sirianni's getting into it with him. And remember, it's not always Brown. Brown was the one that was looking weirdly at Sirianni when he was
in the tunnel here,
mean-mugging people on his way out of the tunnel in Buffalo. And Brown's looking at him like, what is this guy doing? Who is this? This is our head coach? Like, that's the look he was giving him. So, I mean, that relationship went a little bit both ways. I wouldn't say Sirianni did anything to, like, you know, if you want to say handle A.J. Brown. And, again, they won. They won anyway because the roster was so good, which is not the case here, obviously. So, I don't know. Like, I think he is a very interesting idea. I think another layer of it is the New England piece of it. And, all right, you don't want to pay the price it's going to take to trade for A.J. Brown. That's fine, but get ready if New England is. And he's perfect for what New England needs too. And you're trying to beat them in the division. You're trying to wrestle it back from them. And this is the same way I thought about Kansas City when they made the Worthy trade. I think you need to be thinking about the other team that is in most direct competition to you, and that has always been the Chiefs. I am less certain that's the Chiefs this year because of the Mahomes injury, and it's very clear now that New England is that team because they are in your division. They made the Super Bowl. The quarterback is great. The quarterback is young. The coach is great. They have cap space. They have an ability here to improve the roster if they want to, and the Bills don't have that ability. They have much less in terms of resources. So, they would pivot, right? Like if they didn't get A.J. Brown, they would just pivot to somebody anyway, and that's probably why you shouldn't make that your sole decision maker. But if he's good enough for New England, he should be good enough for the Bills. That's how I would look at it. That being said, he's not my favorite idea. And for me, it's more about the age. It's more about how close is he to the cliff. Because I don't know what A.J. Brown looks like when he's 32 years old. And that's 3 years down the road, right? Like he'll be 29 this season. He's big and he's physical. And, he's dealt with a couple of injuries. Nothing ever really major. It's always been little stuff. But how does that player age? And if I'm going to invest all that it takes to invest in him, I don't know what it looks like past this year. And that is my concern. The reason I like Thomas as an idea more is he's 23. If that works, and the if that works is probably a lot greater than it is for Brown. But I would trade that risk for the upside of, if it does work, I'm hopefully talking about a 7 to 8 year relationship. Maybe longer with this player because of his age. And if he can be a guy that is really good for you through to when he turns 30 years old someday, then I've landed the guy that's going to take Josh Allen through the rest of his prime, at receiver specifically. And that won't be Brown. I trade for A.J. Brown, and I'm not going to not be excited. He's great. He'll come right in, be your best weapon, and I'll like their chances to win the Super Bowl a lot better if they had A.J. Brown on their roster tomorrow. But I'm going to have to do this again at some point soon. Maybe it's next year. Maybe it's 2 years from now. Maybe it's 3. But it's probably one of those. I'm going to have to do this again. And that's where I like the Thomas idea. It's I do this now, and there's a good chance I never have to revisit it. Oh, that's not the greatest way to approach receiver, isn't it? You don't just trade for one guy and I'm set for life. You want to keep taking swings. You want more than just one guy. It's pretty good. But Thomas, Shakir, and Palmer would probably be your guy. A rookie ideally at some point. Like, that's how you get there. But, the other reason I like the Hendrickson idea, which I said last segment, like my two favorite ideas are Thomas and it's Hendrickson. Hendrickson, who is, I'd say all that about receiver, and I do understand that I'm choosing the old guy on defense. Hendrickson is 31. I don't know how long you want to sign him for. 3-year deal. Crosby's 2 years younger. But by signing Hendrickson, it makes it so that it doesn't feel like they have to draft a pass rusher in the first round. And if they didn't land anybody, you might feel like they need to do that. They just have so many bodies to fill at that position that it feels like it would be top of the list. You sign Hendrickson, and it would still be in the running, but it wouldn't be like runaway favorite with the first round pick. So I'm hoping they do that. I'm hoping they do both, honestly. By the way, some other ideas that have been tweeted in that I have not mentioned yet, but we have talked about throughout the weeks. What's the big splash move the Bills could make for a veteran player this offseason? We talked about Crosby. We talked about Hendrickson. We've talked about Brown and Thomas. But some of the other guys, Mike Evans in free agency, Alec Pierce in free agency. Probably the top 2 receivers if they both make it to the market. Pickens shouldn't make it. And same thing there. You kind of got an age versus money versus how much is this guy left in the tank conversation. Pierce is 25 years old. Similar to Thomas. You sign him and it works, then hopefully it's a 5 to 6 to 7 year relationship. You sign Mike Evans, and I'm probably having to replace him in a year or 2. Right? And on those two, I just don't think the Bills are dipping their toes back into free agency at wide receiver. Other than, they've already done it 2 years in a row, and it hasn't gone well. They've spent the money. They've spent middle-of-the-road receiver contracts on Josh Palmer and Curtis Samuel, and it's kind of blown up in their face. And are they going to do that again? But even higher, because Pierce is going to get a bigger contract relative to his peers than what Palmer did, than what Samuel did. I mean, really, I'm not putting this guy on my list for, like, splash move, because I don't think this guy qualifies as a splash move. I think Pierce does, I think Evans does. But it is funny. The guy that I really do think, of all of these names, is the most likely to sign with the Bills is the guy that Larry in South Florida, who called in at the end of the 6 o'clock hour, mentioned for them, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, and that's Romeo Doubs. 25 years old. He blocks. He plays outside, on the line, all the dirty work. Like, just exactly what I can imagine Joe Brady wanting to replace Tyrell Shavers, to replace Gabe Davis, to replace what they were hoping Keon Coleman was going to be, playing that role, but being a better player for it. I mean, it'll be hilarious if they sign another receiver for like $11 million, which is probably around what he gets. Maybe he gets a little bit more than that. But that, to me, is the most likely outcome. One other idea to mention here before we get to some other things. Justin Jefferson was the name that Larry, by the way, called in about at 6, and I didn't get a chance to get back on that. Here's where I stand on Jefferson. You know, because there's a few people on Twitter, same thing, like, how come you're not putting Jefferson on this list? I think it's reasonable to forget about that as a move. I just don't see... I don't see the path to him becoming available. And that is somewhat true for everybody else that we've talked about. The Brown idea, the Thomas idea, Crosby, all of them. It's reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to expect that the Vikings are going to trade Justin Jefferson. I mean, I can create the scenario in my head as to how it happens, right? It is got to come with nothing at quarterback from them between now and the start of the year. And then after that happens, Jefferson says, wait, you want me to play with J.J. McCarthy again? I'm not doing that. Trade me. That's basically how it would happen. And as of right now, I don't know. I don't think they're going to just do that. I guess we could revisit in 2 months if we get to April and the Vikings have done nothing at the position. But for now, I mean, Rodgers is a possibility for them. Mac Jones is a possibility for them. I guess they could draft a guy. Like, to me, they don't just sit on their hands and do nothing. And then there's the team's attitude with it as well. And the Vikings have been very strong in any pushback. Like all the Vikings reporters too, right? Like Matthew Collar, who covers the team, used to work here at WGR. Like, anytime you hear him talk about it, it's just non-starter. I guess the new GM, maybe things could change on that front. But until I see some reasonable rumor that either Jefferson wants out or that the Vikings would be willing to do it if he did, I'm just not believing that that he's a real idea. $38 million cap hit for Jefferson this year. He's 27 years old. He's one of the best 3 receivers in football. He's got the Joe Brady connection, and that's kind of all you're going on right now, and that's pretty, I think it's pretty flimsy. 803-0550 is the phone number. 3:10 today for USA and Slovakia in the men's side of the Olympic hockey tournament. And Tage Thompson is on the wing with Dylan Larkin at center and Jack Hughes on the wing, which I am very excited about. That's the line at practice this morning because Hughes has looked, Jack Hughes, I mean Quinn Hughes has too, Jack Hughes has looked amazing all tournament long. Way better than he did the Four Nations last year. And when that line was together against Sweden, I thought they looked more dangerous than they had at any other point in the tourney. That really could also be a factor as to why Tage hasn't played as many 5-on-5 minutes. Like, I was never thinking he'd play 20 minutes a night or anything of the sort. But when you saw him playing like 9 minutes a night, it's like, well, there's got to be more than this. And he played almost 14 against Sweden in their biggest game of the tournament. And I don't know if that's as much about him as it's maybe they're just searching for a line mate the whole time. And Kyle Connor wasn't looking good doing it. And whenever they threw Vinny Trocheck or JT Miller up there, it didn't really look good. And they tried Clayton Keller there for like half a game or so, and no difference. And then, bam, Jack Hughes is on the line. Looks good. So I think having two puck carriers, puck possessors on that line in Hughes and Larkin to go with Thompson, who can kind of become like the shooter of the line, makes it look a lot better. So I think he could play more minutes in this game than he has all tournament, or something close to at least what he did against Sweden, which was, again, like 4.5 minutes more than he had been averaging. 803-0550 is the phone number. One more call before we get the break. Let's go to Jimmy in Miami. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, Joe. Hey, you guys were talking about A.J. Brown. I'd love to see A.J. Brown. And I know the one caller called in, and I'm sure there was drama there in Tennessee. But if you remember, they didn't have a quarterback. I think, was it Tannehill that was there? And on draft day,
in Tennessee,
they traded him for a first and a third
to
Philadelphia. So they probably needed a quarterback, and he was probably a pain in the neck in the locker room. But I remember Vrabel saying that he was upset that they traded him, and he said that the general manager told him that they would never trade him unless they came to me first and cleared it with me. And that was one thing that really upset Vrabel. But then, of course, he goes to Philadelphia, and Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator after the coach that went to Indianapolis anyway. So Kellen Moore was great with Hurts. But, without Kellen Moore, Hurts is like a passenger on that team. He's okay. He's not great and he's not bad. But so I think with A.J. Brown, to play with Allen, he would be thrilled. But I don't know. Mm-hmm. I think it's just a little too expensive. I don't know if Bean would ever do that.
Because that's the thing. It's expensive. Thanks, Jimmy, for the call on the trade package. He's not expensive money-wise. Maybe he'd want a new contract, although I think he's already pretty high on that front. He had signed a 3-year, $96 million extension, which has not even begun yet. So, or maybe it did. It was a 3-year extension off of a deal he was already on. So he's got 3 years left on his deal, and he makes $32 million per year. Like, to me, he's already at a number that I don't think you're giving him a pay raise. So if you keep him on the deal he's already on, it's costing you $7 million on your salary cap. And that, of all these ideas, I mean, money-wise, that's as good as any of them. Except Brian Thomas, because that's a rookie deal. But you have more proof of concept with Brown being good. Yeah, I think when you look at his time in Philadelphia, it actually kind of, and again, maybe for some people this is a bad thing, it reminds me a little bit of Diggs in Minnesota. That Brown's problem with the Eagles has been when their offense is going the wrong direction and focuses too heavily on the run, even when it's not working. And there's a clear missing component in play calling in the design of the offense that Brown doesn't sit idly by and just take. He tries to push the team to be better in that area. And last year, they needed that push. Diggs was that in Minnesota. Diggs was with the Vikings and was like, this is going the wrong direction. And he was 100% right. The Vikings were terrible on offense after he left. Or at least maybe not terrible. They just gone, a very different way, running and middle of the road. So I don't know. I'm not against the Brown idea at all. 803-0550 is the phone number. Tell me if you are, if you've got a favorite idea. More on the Olympic game today between the U.S. men and Slovakia, the U.S. women winning gold last night. It's WGR, both on 550 AM and on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM. I'll tell you where I'm laying out. Larry, we'll get to your call and more phone calls at 803-0550 on what's the best idea. I think right now my two favorite ideas at two different positions are the Trey Hendrickson idea in free agency and the Brian Thomas Jr. idea in the trade market. Hendrickson is not the complete player that Max Crosby is. I just think they got to stop focusing on the all-around nature of what a defensive end is going to be able to do for you. It's not a bad thing to have those traits, but I think one thing I'm hoping is different about a Jim Leonard defense versus what was true of a Sean McDermott defense is the Sean McDermott defense at that position, at defensive line and at the edge, there was a need to be able to do it all. You got to be good at setting the edge. You got to be responsible in your rush lanes, in your lanes when you're defending the run. And I'm hoping that under Jim Leonard, it's more let him loose, hell-raising, pass rush, go get the quarterback at all costs. It almost kind of, to make a hockey comparable, it's like when Dahlin is on this team under Ralph Kruger. How is he asked to play? He's basically stapled to the blue line, and you don't go below the faceoff circle. You don't move between these two spots. You stay here, you stay there, because we need you to be sure that you are back and that you are being responsible in your own end. And that limited him as a player a lot. What did Don Granato come in to do? Go wherever you want. You want to take a chance and go down into the corner? You want to take a chance and go down into the slot? Go ahead. Do it. Go take chances, make mistakes. Be willing to make a couple of mistakes because the reward is hopefully going to be enough to overcome that. And that is the same type of mentality that I'm hoping they approach at defensive end. If you do that, I think Hendrickson is your guy. The difference between Crosby and Hendrickson might just be that Crosby is a better all-around player, defending the run, setting the edge, not getting beat by running quarterbacks and rush lanes. Hendrickson, I feel like, is more of the, he might be lacking in a lot of those areas, but tell you what, a lot of those pressure numbers, pass rush win rate, sacks, you just want to go straight up sacks. This guy is giving you more than Max Crosby is. It is funny. The guy that I really do think, of all of these names, is the most likely to sign with the Bills is the guy that Larry in South Florida, who called in at the end of the 6 o'clock hour, mentioned for them, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, and that's Romeo Doubs. 25 years old. He blocks. He plays outside, on the line, all the dirty work. Like, just exactly what I can imagine Joe Brady wanting to replace Tyrell Shavers, to replace Gabe Davis, to replace what they were hoping Keon Coleman was going to be, playing that role, but being a better player for it. I mean, it'll be hilarious if they sign another receiver for like $11 million, which is probably around what he gets. Maybe he gets a little bit more than that. But that, to me, is the most likely outcome.
The U.S. women's hockey team bests Canada in an overtime thriller to take home the gold medal.
The outlet pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move, cuts to the net, score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero, United States, wins gold in the line.
That's Megan Keller's golden goal. The men's tournament continues today with the semifinals. Canada takes on Finland with puck drop set for 10:40. The U.S. takes on Slovakia at 3:10. In other news for Team USA, Jordan Stolz took home silver in the 1,500-meter speed skating final, and Alyssa Liu took the gold in the women's singles figure skating final. An updated look at the gold medal rankings, Norway still in front, 34 total medals, 16 of them gold. The USA jumps into second with 27 total medals, 9 of them gold, along with 12 silver and 6 bronze. And Italy falls to third with 26 total medals, 9 gold. Looking around the NFL quickly, CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz reports the Broncos are expected to hire Bills quarterbacks coach Ronald Curry as their wide receivers coach. Browns right guard Wyatt Teller announced he will be leaving the team in free agency, and the Rams re-signed offensive tackle David Kessenberry to a 1-year contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
What's next for you, MG? What's next for me? Super Bowl MVP.
Fire it up. Myles Garrett trade rumors. Let's go. Come on. Super Bowl MVP. In Cleveland? He's got to be thinking about it. That's one difference between him and like Jefferson. Jefferson, I don't think is realistic at all because I don't really have a lot from either side there. Minnesota doesn't want to do it, and they kind of shoot that down whenever, pressed about it. And Jefferson doesn't really do anything to make you think he's going to try to get out. Garrett tried to get out a year ago. He wrote a letter that, I'm done. I'm not playing here again. And the team was so strong against it that he didn't want to make it ugly, so he didn't. He took the $40 million on a contract that's tradable, and there's nothing that I think would stop him from wanting to do that again. He was furious on the sidelines on a game he had 5 sacks against New England. Middle of the year. The guy wants to win. I can't imagine the way he talks, the way that he acts when his team is losing. I can't imagine that guy, who now is 30, is going to go his entire career without figuring out a way to get out of there. And maybe that'll be this offseason. It's not much. It's not much there, but all right. Super Bowl and Super Bowl MVP. Then guy wants to go to a Super Bowl contender.
It's not with Shedeur Sanders, I'll tell you that.
Right. Shedeur Sanders and no linemen. Mm-hmm. We figured that out yesterday. They don't have any linemen right now.
They're all running.
Wyatt Teller, I guess you could put on this list, by the way. I did just see from Daniel Popper of The Athletic. He ranked his top 150 free agents going into March. It's a good list. This is a good free agent year, I think. The top 5, and then we'll take some calls. Trey Hendrickson, number 1. We've talked about him for the Bills. Breece Hall, number 2. No, thank you. Jalen Phillips, number 3. Way higher than I thought Jalen Phillips would be. But, okay, that's an idea. And then number 4, a guy that we mentioned earlier that maybe we should spend more time on. I just don't know. Paying this much for this position. Devin Lloyd, Jaguars linebacker, at number 4. I would need to also want to hear more about and read about what system he's experienced in, and is he a guy that really fits the Jim Leonard style of linebacker? Because the player is really, really good. Great player. But do I want to pay... Spot Track has Devin Lloyd at, I believe it's $20 million a year. I mean, I like the player, but anybody got an appetite right now for their big move of the offseason being signing a linebacker to a $20 million per year contract? I'm not quite there. Let's go to David in Cleveland. What's up, David?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So the reason I was calling was the last segment, Joe had talked about the A.J. Brown idea, and you started to talk about, Diggs, and that was the first thing that came to my mind right as you said it. I'm not a big fan of the A.J. Brown deal, and I'll tell you why. It's eerily reminiscent of the Diggs situation. Are the Bills better off not using that draft capital, even though the financial pieces of this look favorable? The draft the year that they signed Diggs, all the draft nicks were saying, "Oh, Justin Jefferson looks like he'll fall to the Bills at 13 or wherever they were picking." And sure enough, they make the trade, and the trade that the draft pick that the Vikings picked up, they go ahead and take Justin Jefferson. And you look at the year they traded up to get Sammy Watkins, the same year that Mike Evans comes in the draft. Everybody was saying before the draft, "Oh, Mike Evans looks like he'll fall to the Bills at wherever they were picking." And I'm just concerned that this is going to be a rental. A.J. Brown is 29. How is he going to work into the offense? Does he have that X receiver speed? I'm not sure anymore. I mean, he wins his battles on the outside mostly by his physicality, by his strength, as opposed to just blowing by guys. Are the Bills better off spending draft capital, like you said, to get Trey Henderson, or they need the true X receiver? I'm not convinced that A.J. Brown, at his current age, you're going to have that for more than a year. I think the A.J. Brown, I'm not a big fan of the trade, regardless of whether New England's going to do it or not. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, David, for the call. It's at a time in his career that gives me trepidation about it, because you're right. Like, I don't know how much longer he plays at this level. It also, though, is worth mentioning, not that you're saying this, David, that any decline in his numbers that you've seen in recent years is, I think, a total product of the offense that he is in. That team has a quarterback that is totally limited. He doesn't really run all the routes all the time, because it does feel like when they get in trouble and they have to throw the ball in Philadelphia, it is just Hurts throwing jump balls to Brown, who's running straight up the field. And that's it. And when he was in Tennessee, and even I would say at different times in Philly, like when Kellen Moore was their offensive coordinator, or even when Shane Steichen was their offensive coordinator, although I don't think he was there for that. So more so when Moore was there, that he's running all over the field and they're finding him at different spots. And last year, you just didn't see that. But those games where, like, he had some games last year, 1 for 8 against Dallas. That's how they opened the year. 1 catch for 8 yards. On 1 target, by the way. How about on 9 targets, 2 catches for 7 yards in week 4? Week 8, 2 catches for 13 yards. Like, he had games like that. In the playoffs, he had 3 for 25. But you have such a limited quarterback under center, and you have a coordinator that did not know what he was doing, that I still feel like it's very possible he's one of the best 5 to 7 receivers in the NFL, and that he could be even for multiple years. Like, that's kind of where it's a question mark. I think it's possible that, David, you're right, and it's 1 or 2 years, and then I got to find another guy. But it's also possible that, in his age 29 season, that he's great at 29, he's great at 30, he's great at 31, he's great at 32. Because that also does happen. It doesn't happen all the time, and I would be a little concerned about Brown being able to do it because of how physical he is and the way he runs. But I might have said the same thing about Mike Evans 5 years ago. And here he is at 32, and he still looks like a really good idea to me. It's not a perfect idea. I think it's maybe one of the most polarizing ones that are out there. It's also not, to me, all that likely. And I guess where I end up with Brown at the end of it is, I understand the age question. I understand the personality question. I understand the fit in the offense question. Although that, I feel like, he does fit. I land on, I like the idea, just not as much as some of the others that are out there. Let's go to John and Clarence. What's up, John?
How you doing, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
My question is, I'm with you too. I like the idea of A.J. Brown. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I mean, let's face it. Whether we want to admit it here or not, Allen's going to be 30 years old at the beginning of the season, and my thought is, as a Bills fan, I can't let another Justin Jefferson or another stud receiver go to New England at this point in time. I think right now, I believe New England is throwing all their cards on the table and saying, let's go. And if we don't have that mentality, then I'm afraid we could fall further and further behind this team because they're not going anywhere. They're going to be at that top with us for a while now. And I just want your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm with you, John. I think they are going to be gunning for big moves this offseason. I don't know why they wouldn't. They made it to the Super Bowl. They did it without a complete roster. They did it with an easy schedule. They know their schedule's getting harder. They know they got to either go play a first-place schedule. They know the Bills aren't going away. I can't imagine that they won't be aggressive. Especially now when, what's funny? New England has tried to be aggressive. Even going back to Belichick, post-Brady. But they weren't able to do it because everybody looked at them as a joke. Amari Cooper told them no. Brandon Ayuk told them no. Chris Godwin told them no. Tons of guys, and not just receivers, told them no. Now, what do you hear? A.J. Brown loves Mike Vrabel. Said it on a podcast yesterday. Max Crosby. What does Diana Rossini say that Max Crosby told her? That he would love to play for Mike Vrabel. Vrabel, and in addition, I think maybe this is more important, Drake May, giving you a quarterback that you can believe in, makes them a destination. You could still argue not as good a destination as the Bills, but certainly a destination. And they have the 11th most cap space in the league going into the offseason. The Bills are near the bottom of the list. I don't mean to make it league ranking. Just make it Bills versus Patriots. Before anything is done, which will happen, the Bills will do some restructuring, and so will New England, by the way. New England might cut Diggs. They might be able to get out of that scot-free because he's going to get suspended, and depending on when that is, they could cut bait and have no money tied up in that. So we'll see if they want to do that. There are other guys they could do that with too. But going into it all, New England has $49 million more to work with than the Bills do. It's a lot. Bills might close that gap a little bit with Allen restructures and whatnot, but again, New England will do some things too. Draft capital, they don't have more, right? Like they're behind you in the order, so that's kind of a wash. But they've got basically $50 million more to work with and to do things with than you do. So I'm with you too. I want to see them go toe-to-toe with New England this offseason, and I don't think you can stop them from doing everything. And maybe that's a part of why, I don't want to just get Brown to block New England, because if I block them from getting Brown, they'll just go get somebody else that's really good. They'll go get Mike Evans. Or they'll go get Alec Pierce. Or they'll go get... I'm not going to go to Jefferson. I don't think he's even traded. Yeah, I'm thinking about them a lot. 803-0550 is the phone number. See if my brother Lou DiBiase's around. See if he wants to talk about this A.J. Brown thing. We've got some run on that. I didn't expect all of today to be about A.J. Brown, but a lot of people have opinions on it. We got Carl Jones coming up at 8, by the way. I'll ask him about that. And other big moves the Bills could make this offseason. Some Olympic hockey along the way as well. Patrick Bacon coming up at 9 on that. And more of your phone calls here on Jeremy and Joe, here on 550 AM, WGR, and 104.7 and 107.7 WGR FM. A.J. Brown is the type of receiver and the level of receiver that I think this offense needs. I mean, I don't know how many people, though, he is the dream for. What's your dream idea? How many people are saying A.J. Brown? Because there are going to be what-ifs with everybody. But with him, it is, I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, how well he is going to age playing the type of way that he does at the position. But he is still only 28, so he should have a couple more years at that. The contract's not a bad thing for him because it's only going to cost him, the Bills or any team that trades for him, like $7 million. The price that you're giving up, though, to Philly will likely be more because they're the ones that have to eat all the money. And that's going to cause them to have to take on a big number. What's the best idea here? Is it Trey Hendrickson? Is it Max Crosby? Is it Brown? Is it Brian Thomas Jr.? Is it Budda Baker, who's a star safety that is maybe available in Arizona? It depends what they want to do, but that's going to be a bit of a what if with all these guys right now. Like, how available are they really? These are all names, though, that you could reasonably get to. That guy could be traded. What's the best idea? If the Bills make one big swing on a veteran player, not anything pertaining to the draft, what is the right big swing? They have not really made one since they signed Von Miller. I'll tell you where I'm laying out. Larry, we'll get to your call and more phone calls at 803-0550 on what's the best idea. I think right now my two favorite ideas at two different positions are the Trey Hendrickson idea in free agency and the Brian Thomas Jr. idea in the trade market. Hendrickson is not the complete player that Max Crosby is. I just think they got to stop focusing on the all-around nature of what a defensive end is going to be able to do for you. It's not a bad thing to have those traits, but I think one thing I'm hoping is different about a Jim Leonard defense versus what was true of a Sean McDermott defense is the Sean McDermott defense at that position, at defensive line and at the edge, there was a need to be able to do it all. You got to be good at setting the edge. You got to be responsible in your rush lanes, in your lanes when you're defending the run. And I'm hoping that under Jim Leonard, it's more let them loose, hell-raising, pass rush, go get the quarterback at all costs. It almost kind of, to make a hockey comparable, it's like when Dahlin is on this team under Ralph Kruger. How is he asked to play? He's basically stapled to the blue line, and you don't go below the faceoff circle. You don't move between these two spots. You stay here, you stay there, because we need you to be sure that you are back and that you are being responsible in your own end. And that limited him as a player a lot. What did Don Granato come in to do? Go wherever you want. You want to take a chance and go down into the corner? You want to take a chance and go down into the slot? Go ahead. Do it. Go take chances, make mistakes. Be willing to make a couple of mistakes because the reward is hopefully going to be enough to overcome that. And that is the same type of mentality that I'm hoping they approach at defensive end. If you do that, I think Hendrickson is your guy. The difference between Crosby and Hendrickson might just be that Crosby is a better all-around player, defending the run, setting the edge, not getting beat by running quarterbacks and rush lanes. Hendrickson, I feel like, is more of the he might be lacking in a lot of those areas, but tell you what, a lot of those pressure numbers, pass rush win rate, sacks, you just want to go straight up sacks. This guy is giving you more than Max Crosby is. We might have a candidate for the new most terrifying Olympic sport. It is ski aerials. They go off a hill into the air and do what? 9 flips in the air? Does that go above luge or skeleton?
It's got to. They're flying. I'm just watching the replay. The slow motion's even just crazy. How narrow these slopes are, and there's a 1 and 2 on the hill. So one is steeper than the other. They're basically just vertical, flying through the air, and they just impact. Like they just land.
It's crazy.
The knees can't last for more than 5 years in this sport, probably.
I don't think the knees last in any of these sports.
No?
The athletes that are doing the moguls.
Oh yeah, no.
Especially, but any of these sports.
The moguls is a nightmare. These ski jump stuff, they are incredible because it feels like it's gymnastics like you see in the Summer Olympics, but on snow with giant stuff on your feet.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like skis or snowboards, but you're doing gymnastic moves.
Yeah.
It blows my mind.
They look like they're trying to take flight, like the helicopter propellers are spinning around.
Yeah. I can't believe how amazing these athletes are with this stuff. Like I can see how guys get so good at hockey that they're at the Olympics and they're amazing.
Yeah.
I can't imagine working at that hard every day and going I'm going to go do 900 flips on a mountain every 4 years.
The other thing is
crazy.
I imagine that a lot of these people have real jobs,
right?
Also,
oh yeah, I remember watching the luge, and they would have the name bar and then the job, and it was engineer or whatever they do just in their daily life, but they're also insurance.
Right, the hockey player has the benefit of 24/7, 365 days a year. Any effort that he's putting in professionally is to his sport and his craft, right, or his body for it. And if you are doing all this, I mean, it's a side gig, kind of.
Yeah, you're like a junior partner in an accounting firm or something.
It's crazy.
What was the career? One of the curlers had an interesting career. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, they've all got him.
Yeah.
Sunday, this is all over.
Yeah, Sunday, right?
That's
Sunday.
why the gold medal game's so early. They want to get it done before the closing ceremony.
Are there events after the closing ceremonies like there are before the opening ceremonies? Probably not.
I don't think so.
They're probably done.
I think there have been in the past. I don't know if that's the case this year specifically. I think that has happened before, though, that the closing ceremony will happen and then there's still a hockey game or a curling match or something. But I don't think that that's happening this year.
All right.
Bright
and then two more years till the Olympics in LA, which will have flag football, of course.
Yes.
Which I know everybody is excited for.
So excited. I was in LA a year ago now, almost.
Yeah.
And there was already some stuff that they were starting to do to prep for the Olympics. It was crazy.
I would like to go to the Winter Olympics someday. I don't feel the need to go to an LA Summer Olympics.
Yeah, no, I want to go to a Winter Olympics real bad.
Maybe Salt Lake City is an idea.
Back on the rotation.
That they're in 2032? 2034.
2034, yeah, because the next one's 2030.
When we come back, Carl Jones, WIVB here in Buffalo on the Bills offseason. What's his favorite big move idea for the team? We'll get to that. Lou DiBiase's going to join us at 8:30 on the A.J. Brown move as well. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR, also on FM 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM. It is funny. The guy that I really do think, of all of these names, is the most likely to sign with the Bills is the guy that Larry in South Florida, who called in at the end of the 6 o'clock hour, mentioned for them, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, and that's Romeo Doubs. 25 years old. He blocks. He plays outside, on the line, all the dirty work. Just exactly what I can imagine Joe Brady wanting to replace Tyrell Shavers, to replace Gabe Davis, to replace what they were hoping Keon Coleman was going to be, playing that role, but being a better player for it. I mean, it'll be hilarious if they sign another receiver for like $11 million, which is probably around what he gets. Maybe he gets a little bit more than that. But that, to me, is the most likely outcome. You know what? The goal by Megan Keller is got to be one of the greatest golden goals in sports history. Like, just in terms of, I mean, you could do it in terms of anything, I guess, because of the stage. It's the gold medal game at the Olympics, and it's USA and Canada. But it is as impressive a goal as any golden goal or any buzzer beater, any play to win a title or a championship or a gold medal, whatever. It is as impressive a goal as you'll see. That is one of the benefits, I guess, of getting these 3-on-3 overtimes in these tournaments, is I don't like it for, there is a bit of randomness attached to it, and I tend to think that it's good for the lesser team. But, man, what you definitely get are skilled goals, and you've had 2 of those in 2 days. I mean, the Quinn Hughes goal is not quite what Keller did, but that is speed and ripping down the slot and firing a shot, posting in. And then the Keller goal, if anybody has played the NHL video game for a very long time, that is the L1 deke that she pulled off and did it as clean as I've ever seen. Under the blocker, right? Got it under the blocker.
Yeah, that was a crazy nasty move she pulled off there. I mean, it was awesome. That was such a fun, like, tense game too. The USA just looked tight all game, like they knew that pressure was on them, and then they come through clutch. Hillary Knight comes through when she always does, and Keller's that goal was obviously, like we were just talking about, like, that was awesome.
What is better? Is there a better golden goal anywhere before? I mean, hockey has what? They showed a highlight of Poulin scoring a golden goal for Canada, I think in the 2014 Winter Olympics. That wasn't quite in overtime, though. I think it was in the final minute of the game. Crosby in the Winter Olympics for Canada. That, again, it's like big stage, but if I'm talking the most impressive one we've seen, I mean, really, it's just a shot from below the face-off circle, 5-hole.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's smart. It's a savvy shot, but it's not exactly an impressive toe drag top corner, like 5-hole tuck. Like that goal Keller scored was really, really sweet.
Right.
I think you're going to have a hard time finding a cooler-looking gold medal winning goal.
Yeah.
That's an all-timer.
U.S. women's hockey bests Canada in an overtime thriller. They take home the gold medal.
The outlet pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move. Cuts to the net. Score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero. The United States wins gold and belong.
That's Megan Keller's golden goal. The men's tournament continues today with the semifinal. Canada takes on Finland with puck drop set for 10:40 this morning, and the U.S. takes on Slovakia at 3:10. In other news for Team USA, Jordan Stolz took home silver in the 1,500-meter speed skating final, and Alyssa Liu took gold in the women's singles figure skating final. An updated look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still in front, 34 total medals, 16 gold. The U.S. jumps into second with 27 total medals, 9 gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. And Italy falls to third with 26 total medals and 9 gold. Quick look around the NFL. CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz reports the Broncos are expected to hire Bills quarterbacks coach Ronald Curry as their wide receivers coach. Browns right guard Wyatt Teller announces he will be leaving the team in free agency, and the Rams re-signed offensive tackle David Kessenberry to a 1-year contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
The dynamism level of tackle breaking between Mekhi Lemon and Casey Concepcion, I see more outside play from Concepcion, and my literal comp for Casey Concepcion was none other than Stephon Diggs. It's a guy that fits that mold, and that tree of comps for me is the Zay Flowers, Stephon Diggs, Antonio Brown. That's kind of that tree where it's a guy that's thought of as a slot but has the new age alpha is what I call it, whether it's the Malik Neighbors, the Jamar Chase, the Antonio Browns, the Stephon Diggs, that whole realm of these new age guys. And that's a lot of what Concepcion brings to the table and why I've vaulted him ahead.
That's Cody Carpentier on with Chopin Bulldog yesterday. On wide receiver, Casey Concepcion was one of the guys we'll be talking a lot about and have talked a lot about this spring. He was really good. You want to check that out? Find it on demand, WGR550.com. And the Odyssey app. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe here on a warmer Friday that's also really rainy. Let's get that snow melted. Get some sun on the grass. Get rid of the mud. Let's get to summer. It's February. You just need to go somewhere warm, right? Just go somewhere warm for a week. Everybody needs that at least once. Carl Jones now on the Wester hotline from Channel 4 WIVB. Carl, have you gotten away? Have you gotten anywhere warm in the last couple months?
Unfortunately, I haven't, but I am going to Vietnam in like a month, so I'm
really
going to save my money up. Yeah, I'm going to be out there for like 2 weeks, so I'm going to get enough warm weather and that trip over to that part of the world.
Is that a trip? Is that like what kind of trip is that?
My fiance's from there, so we're going back.
Okay.
See her good people and see that part of the world. So I'm excited.
Awesome. That's awesome. Next month, you're going?
Yeah, everything's running into each other. It'll be right before the draft.
How long a flight is that?
It's so long that I don't want to know. Like, I just told them I'm going to show up to the airport and just hopefully wake up in Vietnam.
All right, cool. Well, that'll be fun. Carl on the Wester hotline at Jones11_ on Twitter if you want to follow him there. A lot of good stuff on the Bills, of course, and all things football. Are you following the Olympics a lot? Like, how much are you into the Winter Olympics?
It's funny because I'm a Summer Olympics guy through and through. Love track and field. Did it as a kid. Obviously love hoops. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really like the Winter Olympics until I moved here, and then I saw the enthusiasm from everybody. So, yeah, I'm tapped into the hockey. I don't know what I'm looking at with luge, but I'm watching it. The sport that's similar to it where they're face forced, I'm watching that too. I don't know what's going on, but I like it.
Yeah, that's the one sport that we've talked about that's the one I wouldn't want to try. Like, just too fast, feels like I'd fall off, dangerous, right? Whereas, skiing, we'll ski once in a while. So, yeah, there's a lot of sports that I feel like a lot of people haven't tried before, though, or had never even heard of until the week got rolling. So, anyways.
I'm just confused because I don't know how you find out you're good at luge. Like, how do you accidentally stumble into that?
Right. How do you practice it, and how do you right. The timing of it, like how often do you not crash into walls, I guess. But anyways, Carl on the Wester hotline. So, Carl, we spent a lot of time today on the veterans of the offseason. We'll get to the draft. We still have about 2 months, and I do want to get to that a little bit with you. But in terms of, big ideas, if the Bills were to make a splash move, there are tons of guys that you could look at, whether that's in the trade market. We've Max Crosby rumors all over the place. Free agency, you could look at Trey Hendrickson, or on offense with Alec Pierce or Mike Evans. Do you have one big idea that you like more than others, whether that's in the trade market or free agency?
I am a big fan of trading some capital to go get a relatively youngish receiver, whether that is the Brian Thomas Jr.'s of the world, the two guys that are in the AFC East, Waddle or Garrett Wilson. The Marvin Harrison one is intriguing to me. I'm an Ohio State guy, so I should be biased on Marv, but over the last 2 years, I think I'm soured on him a little bit. But I think that I will be in favor in that. And listen, this is the show to talk about wide receivers. You guys know the benefits of getting a chief receiver and how it helps out with the salary cap in the long-term ramifications of that. It's just the one thing with free agency, if you don't take the trade route, you're overpaying. And usually, like, my adage is, like, good players don't get to free agency, especially good wide receivers. Like, I would still be shocked if Alec Pierce hits the open market. I still think that the Colts are going to figure that out. And whether that's Michael Pittman hitting the market, that's a different discussion. Mm-hmm. But even if he does, a caliber player at that age of Alec Pierce rarely hits the market. So if he does, he's going to get a price tag that I'm sure a lot of Bills fans are going to be like, well, we like him, but not at that number.
Right. What do you think has gone wrong for Harrison Jr. in Arizona? Because he was it's tough to live up to it, right? Like, he had, this guy's a surefire Hall of Famer before he had played a snap in the league. And his dad, I think, helped that along because of his reputation. He's not been terrible, but kind of like Brian Thomas Jr., I think, in Jacksonville. Like, people were just expecting a little bit more in year 2, and it didn't happen. So, I don't know. When you watch him, what do you think the problem has really been?
When I watched him at Ohio State, he was refined for his size, and he had good ball skills, and he played strong for the competition that he faced. But now that he's in the NFL, I don't know if he has a calling card or anything that he can hang his hat on when things get tough. Like, for example, the guy who got drafted right behind him, Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors has like 10 rockets up his behind. Like, that's how fast he plays. He's super explosive. Is Marv a guy who's going to be this technician on the outside? He hasn't shown that. He doesn't have great play strength, which I think kind of hurts for someone his size. Like, you see someone who's 6'3", 200+, you're like, oh, wow, he's some strong receiver on the outside, and that's not really his game. So I'm not out on Marv, but I think the generational billing that I'm so excited about, I think, hasn't come to fruition for that reason.
Yeah. What about on defense? What if there's a splash move there? Hendrickson in free agency, Crosby at edge rusher. Are any of those ideas to you good ideas for the Bills, or would you rather see them address that for cheap in the draft at some point?
Once again, I think you're just going to have to, especially in the case of Crosby, because I think there's going to be people for his services. Despite the injuries over the last 2 years, you're going to have to give up a 1 and probably like a 4 if I had to guess. I know the Raiders said, like, hey, we want what Micah Parsons got. Relax. You're not getting that. He's been hurt the last 2 years, and he's just not Micah Parsons, like, quite frankly. So if the Bills were comfortable giving up that and fitting that salary cap under their books, I would be for it. I do see some guys, like, probably a tier or 2 below them that I like, whether that's a Boye Mafe, whether that's a Dafe Owe, and once again, 26-year-old edge rushers that hit the market. Remember how we all felt about Milton Williams last year? And we were like, whoa, how in the world did he get $100 million? Mm-hmm. We're going to see some sticker prices for those 2 guys where it's like, you know what? We wanted to improve off the edge. I don't know if it was at that price. So if you're the Bills, I think you're going to have to pick whether it's edge or wide receiver, have a big-ticket idea, whether it's via trade or free agency. And then the other one, you're going to have to use your scouting department is going to have to find some guys who outperform their contract at a bargain. Because at the end of the day, it is really hard to build your team through free agency, as you guys know.
No,
so you're going to have to find some value, whether that is at edge or wide receiver.
Definitely. It is a place, though, where once in a while you can get that one star level player that they did with Vaughn, right? But that's 4 years ago now, and they haven't really done that. They've done the middle tier free agency since then, and that's where, like, I do like the Hendrickson idea because I do think he's that caliber of player. And the good news about him versus, like, if you have to trade for Crosby is I can have Hendrickson and also whoever my first round pick is, where I don't know, like, the Crosby idea to me is I'm paying him a ton of money. That's probably most of what I'm going to use that for in the offseason. And I'm also probably not spending my first round pick. So, like, to me, there's a big difference between Hendrickson and Crosby just because of that.
I agree. And the thing that with Hendrickson, because he's a bit older, he's not going to command a longer deal. Like, he's probably going to get a 3-year deal, and it's probably going to really and truly be a 2-year deal with the fake money on the 3rd year. So I think Hendrickson would be much better in terms of your cap sheet. And then Crosby, I know his play deteriorated a little bit last year, but that was a putrid Raiders team, and you guys know how that works when it's December 15th, and I have no help on my D-line, and I'm getting triple teamed every play.
Carl Jones with us on the West Her Hotline from Channel 4 here in Buffalo. In the secondary, quickly before we get to some draft stuff, there have been some ideas floated out there, like Budda Baker is a name that some talk about. I don't know if he'll actually even be a real idea for anyone. There are reports that the Dolphins will try to move Minkah Fitzpatrick. And we had this with Waddle a little bit, like would they even do business with you? I don't know how you feel about him, but I feel like I've been seeing for about a year now that he's not the same level of player that he was in his prime. Maybe that changed a little bit last year. So for him, same thing. Like, would you also consider him to be one of these guys that's going to be expensive both for trade and contract, or is he more of a buy low because he's not the same player?
I would buy low because he's entering the last year of his deal. So, like, what does that trade even look like? Like, are you getting a fifth for him? Like, you're not going to command anything serious with Minkah Fitzpatrick, I believe, at 29 or 30, entering the last year of his deal. And I like Minkah. I think that he's a player that if you use him in one role, he's still a really good player. Down there in Miami, he played a little bit more of the nickel spot. So if that's their idea for a nickel, have Cole Bishop be more of the safety, and then you guys go get a deep field guy, I think that works. But I'm not breaking the bank for Minkah. I believe that you spent a high premium asset on Cole Bishop. You, like we talked about earlier, I think that other safety spot, that's the position where you can try to find some good value. Whether that is a Brian Cook from the Chiefs, if you get him like on a 2-year 10, whether that is, I'm trying to think of some other guys who are hitting the market. I think Budda Baker's is far too expensive. I don't, for how much I love my DBs, putting a lot of assets into safeties is just not something that I think is good team building.
I think you maybe said it a little bit in there. Do you have something in mind that you think is the right type of safety that would pair with Cole Bishop?
I would love to see Cole Bishop closer to the line of scrimmage. And don't get it twisted. I think he is going to be a star. I truly do. But I think he's really good around the line of scrimmage, and I think he's just good down the field. So if you can get you a safety who has an archetype of really good ball skills, he can play the deep post, he's comfortable in space, he can tackle in space, that's the type of player I think will be really good next to a Cole Bishop if you want him to shine. Because if you're Jim Leonard and you come into this defense, you're working around so much, you want to revolve your defense around a player or two. And I think over there in Denver, whether it was Vance Joseph's call, whether it was Jim Leonard's call, Pat Surtain was the reason how they did everything. Listen, Pat Surtain is going to go here, and we're going to dictate it because of him. Cole Bishop, in my opinion, is the type of player where we can put him at nickel in certain game plans, put him in the box in certain game plans. So if you have a safety that can help him accentuate those traits, it will go a long way to help out the whole team.
That on the defense and how it's kind of schemed, you make an interesting point about corner there, because that style of defense, I know it's not exactly the same, but Jim Leonard talked about Rex and his defenses a little bit as well, and Rex had Revis, right? Like, he had a guy that he could just leave out there and trust fully against anybody, and the Broncos had that in Surtain. How do you think the Bills will act that way with Christian Benford, or do you think it'll be a little bit different in terms of how much they trust him versus how much these similar defenses have put, like elite corners kind of on their own?
Listen, I think Christian Benford's a ball player, like top 10 corner in the world. That good brother is not Pat Surtain or Darrelle Revis. Mm-hmm. So I hope that Jim Leonard doesn't have the idea that he can play 10 on 10 like he had like Rex had with Darrelle Revis. I mean, Pat Surtain was Defensive Player of the Year. Like, this is he's on a Hall of Fame trajectory type of thing. Now, can there be certain game plans and packages where we say, hey, let's play 10 on 10 and just let CB take away their wide receiver one? Sure. But I think if let's just play the math here. Let's just say in Denver they let Pat Surtain travel on 50% of the snaps, CB 30%. We'll give you the opportunity to do it in certain down and distances, but Pat Surtain is a bad boy. I mean, he's one of the top 15 best players on planet Earth.
Right. How do you feel on the overall about how the defense shifts? Like, from the McDermott style that I think sounds a lot different from what they're going to be incorporating now. Like, are you a fan of the type of defense that Leonard employs and that we'll probably see the Bills use very similarly to what Denver did?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good on paper. It sounds good now. A lot more attacking, a lot more variety up front. So it's going to be put, like Jim Leonard said, puts more pressure on the quarterback pre and post snap, which I think is important. But like I tell everyone, man, like, everyone's scheme looks good until the players get out there, and Sean McDermott's scheme isn't all that different than, let's just say, what they got going on down there in Houston. Houston just has two horses off the edge and an all-pro cornerback to make it look excellent. So I don't think that what Jim Leonhard is doing is something revolutionary, but I do think it's fresh, it's unique, and if he can get the right body types in here and the right players, I think you can really shine with it. Because, that was ultimately the issue in Buffalo over the past X amount of years in the postseason. I don't think the schematics were wrong. They just didn't have the horses to run the style that they wanted to. So, listen, Denver's defense has been great. They also have Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, Jonathan Cooper, and Pat Surtain. So I love it on paper. Let's just see what body types they bring in here to make it work.
Right. John Franklin Myers, by the way, someone that maybe the Bills will look to in free agency. Yeah, that is – the whole offseason is going to be this – I talked about this with Tim Graham the other day. Like, the whole offseason is going to be figuring out – all right, what was Sean McDermott's fault that they're trying to improve off of? And one thing that I feel like I'm starting to hear is at edge rusher specifically, why they have not had that star is because they've purposely gone for a certain type of edge rusher that fit better with the way McDermott wanted to play defense. And you often were getting these bigger, stiffer, your Rousseaus, your Epinezas that are going to be good at setting the edge and be responsible in their rush lanes versus quicker speed rushers. And I don't know, now it's sounding like, well, now we're going to do that. We couldn't with McDermott, and now we can because we have this new style of defense, which I guess I like the sound of on paper, but it also kind of sounds like you're making excuses for why you haven't had great pass rushers.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with getting, like, a bunch of pocket crushers. We just saw the Seattle Seahawks win a Super Bowl like that. Like,
right.
They don't have any demons off the edge. They just have a bunch of defensive linemen who are just putting their paws in your face and saying, I'm going to get this quarterback by any means. I just think they didn't find the higher-end pocket crushers, so then it looked worse in the postseason. Like, some example of guys who play like that. Joey Bosa in his prime, he was those guys who he wasn't dipping and running. He was just putting his paws in your chest and pushing you backwards. Jared Verse is of that ilk. You just saw DeMarcus Lawrence on the Seattle Seahawks play in that manner. I don't think there was anything inherently wrong with how Groot or how Joey Bosa or how AJ Epinesa plays. They just didn't find the higher-end players of that archetype, so it looks worse. It's no different than if you find a bunch of speed guys off the edge, but they suck in the run. Like, it's kind of – we all want the high-end archetype of what we want to get, what we are desiring. You just got to make sure that you get that because once again, the Broncos, they went with the smaller guys. Last year, they got ran all over in the postseason because of that. They fixed it this year by getting Drake Greenlaw, telling Hufanga up the middle. So you just got to make sure that if you choose one archetype, you better get the A-plus version of it or you better help out in other areas.
Carl Jones with us on the Western Hotline. On the draft, quickly, Carl, is there any ideas or players that you're falling for a little bit with still a ways to go?
Yeah, obviously, team wide receiver, that's not really a surprise.
Yep.
Watch the Buckeyes my whole life, so I'll obviously tune in as Carnell Tate. Probably going to go a little too high. I will say this. I'm going to make this abundantly clear. I don't think this is the year to, fantasize about, trading up into the top 10. I think that was appropriate for the Roma Dunze year, the Neighbors year. I don't think none of these receivers are worth giving up a future 1 for. I just don't think that's the case. For one, I don't think it's appropriate to trade up a 1 for anyone that's not a quarterback or you better be Julio Jones. But, listen, if one of these guys are still there at 18 or 19, yeah, let's make that happen, whether that is Mekhi Lemon, a Carnell Tate. I really like Jordan Fice in it, but I'm not a doctor. Who knows what his hamstrings look like. And then I did hear before I got on Casey Concepcion. I love the way he plays with his pacing. So I haven't dove all the way in yet, but those top 4 guys have definitely got my attention.
All right, Carl Jones on the Western Hotline. Always good stuff. At Jones11_ if you want to follow him on Twitter. Thanks, Carl. We'll talk soon.
Have a good one.
Carl Jones on the Western Hotline. The Bills and the rest of the league get started with free agency in a couple of weeks, and we are 2 months and 3 days, I believe, from the first round of the NFL draft, where the Bills are slated to pick 26th. We're watching this ski jumping. One thing that I do think is fun about the Olympics is if you're watching us on YouTube, you see our facial reactions as we're watching things. Like yesterday, I had Chopin Bulldog on for a moment on YouTube, and one of the goals I think happened or maybe a play happened while, and like you saw it. Like they didn't reference it because they were talking to a guest. And you might have just seen me do that when we're talking to Carl. I don't even remember. Carl was talking about Marvin Harrison Jr., I think. And one of the, what would we call them? They're not ski jumpers, though, because ski jumpers are ski jumpers. They're the ones that are doing
acrobatics.
There you go, aerialists. I like
aerialist.
That. Your
nice.
aerialists, one of your aerialists went up, did his 12 flips, and then landed so hard on his back and on the back of his head that I made what just happened? He got up.
He went down the rest of the hill.
I don't know how.
Wow.
He got up.
Wow.
Because
I would not have gotten up.
It was one of those, like you see this in football a lot. It was one of those, his back hit the ground, and then his head whipped in the whiplash.
It was Tua.
Hit the back. It was a Tua hit.
Or the thing that Dahlin avoided in the Sweden game.
Except he was coming from 50 feet in the air.
Right. Going 45 miles an hour.
He made it down.
That.
They had a camera on him afterwards, and he didn't look shaken.
That is psychotic.
No.
What do they have in those helmets?
Man.
Man.
I'll miss the Olympics. Although, I say that, and it will be immediately replaced with Sabres playoff race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sabres playoff race. Let's go.
I'm so ready to get back in on that. I've been itching to watch. It's just going to be so much fun.
I'm not going to lie, and maybe this is just, 14 years have ingrained this in me. I am nervous about the 3 games out of the break.
Yeah.
Because they are all on the road, and 2 of the 3 are on the Florida trip, which they historically have not done well in. And I don't know what Florida's going to look like. They got to play Florida and beat them on the Monday before the season paused, but they didn't have a lot of their guys.
Right.
They didn't have Marchand. They didn't have who on the blue line? Kulikov's not the name you want for this.
Who was it? It wasn't Forsling was in. It was somebody else. But I know. Yeah,
one of their
they were
important defensemen.
depleted.
I can't even remember.
Mikkola.
Mikkola didn't play,
and they were not at full strength.
Right.
And so you feel good about getting them, but
what are they now?
They're gonna come back. It's going to be tough.
And they got tough games. If you consider that Florida game a tough game, they have 2 games with Tampa.
Yeah.
Pretty close together out of this break.
They got Vegas is the first home game.
Yep.
Jersey in there somewhere.
I would say they actually play Vegas twice in a couple of weeks.
Right.
A lot of the other games look okay, but it's just those couple of tough games. There's a Pittsburgh game in here, which we'll see if Crosby plays. The report on Crosby today is that he wants to play against Finland.
Right.
But he doesn't know if he'll be able to. Yeah. My guess is he will not play.
I would not. I would think that he doesn't play.
Maybe he plays in the gold medal game, though. I think, though, even if you're a Penguins fan and you are, hanging on, you're hanging out on the ledge, is Crosby going to play the rest of the season? Because it looked like his knee buckled.
Yeah.
When he got hit by Gudis.
Yeah, it did not look good.
You're thinking about him coming back at all. And I think him saying he wants to play today would give you a sign that it's not like a season-ending injury.
It's probably a mild strain or sprain, and he'll maybe take a week off when he gets back and hope that Pittsburgh can stay afloat and then come back for the final push. That'd be my expectation.
Pittsburgh's in the 2nd spot in the Metro. They are tied in points with the Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be good if they fell back, but we'll see. All right, my brother Lou DiBiase is going to join us coming up next. Locked On Eagles. We talked a lot about A.J. Brown today, and a lot of different opinions one way or the other on how good an idea that is for the Bills, because it does sound like he wants New England, and New England probably wants him. You want to get in the way of that? 803-0550 is the phone number. Jeremy and Joe on WGR, now on 104.7 and 107.7 WGR FM. A.J. Brown is the type of receiver and the level of receiver that I think this offense needs. I mean, I don't know how many people, though, he is the dream for. What's your dream idea? How many people are saying A.J. Brown? Because there are going to be what-ifs with everybody. But with him, it is, I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, how well he is going to age playing the type of way that he does at the position. But he is still only 28, so he should have a couple more years at that. The contract's not a bad thing for him because it's only going to cost him, the Bills or any team that trades for him, $7 million. The price that you're giving up, though, to Philly will likely be more because they're the ones that have to eat all the money. And that's going to cause them to have to take on a big number. What's the best idea here? Is it Trey Hendrickson? Is it Max Crosby? Is it Brown? Is it Brian Thomas Jr.? Is it Budda Baker, who's a star safety that is maybe available in Arizona? It depends what they want to do, but that's going to be a bit of a what if with all these guys right now. Like, how available are they really? These are all names, though, that you could reasonably get to. That guy could be traded. What's the best idea? If the Bills make one big swing on a veteran player, not anything pertaining to the draft, what is the right big swing? They have not really made one since they signed Von Miller. It is funny. The guy that I really do think, of all of these names, is the most likely to sign with the Bills is the guy that Larry in South Florida, who called in at the end of the 6 o'clock hour, mentioned for them, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, and that's Romeo Doubs. 25 years old. He blocks. He plays outside, on the line, all the dirty work. Like, just exactly what I can imagine Joe Brady wanting to replace Tyrell Shavers, to replace Gabe Davis, to replace what they were hoping Keon Coleman was going to be, playing that role, but being a better player for it. I mean, it'll be hilarious if they sign another receiver for like $11 million, which is probably around what he gets. Maybe he gets a little bit more than that. But that, to me, is the most likely outcome.
U.S. women's hockey bests Canada in an overtime thriller to take home Olympic gold.
The outlet pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move, cuts to the net, score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero, United States, brings gold to belong.
That's Megan Keller's golden goal. The men's tournament continues today with the semifinals. Canada takes on Finland with puck drop set for 10:40. And the U.S. takes on Slovakia at 3:10. In other news for Team USA, Jordan Stolz took home silver in the 1,500-meter speed skating final, and Alyssa Liu took gold in the women's singles figure skating final. An updated look at the gold medal rankings. Norway's still in front, 34 total medals, 16 gold. The USA jumped into second with 27 total medals, 9 gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. Italy falls to third with 26 total medals, 9 of them gold. Around the NFL, for a quick look, CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz reports the Broncos are expected to hire Bills quarterbacks coach Ronald Curry as their wide receivers coach. Browns right guard Wyatt Teller announces he'll be leaving the team in free agency, and the Rams re-signed offensive tackle David Kessenberry to a 1-year contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
You never get ahead of yourself. As Hurts going down the field, can it do it again? Yes, they can! A.J. Brown, incredible! Touchdown number 3. You know, if you get 3 touchdowns, I guess.
Thank you for fading out Tony Romo there. I don't need to hear from Tony Romo until September.
Couldn't let it happen. Is he going to be on the number 1 crew next year? Come on.
That's a good question. We're 2 years removed from when CBS went to his house to have an intervention about him not doing the work, and he's still there. So maybe they've resolved that. I don't know. I'm ready for it though. I'm ready for Romo to get kicked down to the 2nd string or 3rd string. Actually, you know what? You know why that is going to happen? And actually, it's perfect time to bring on my brother Lou DiBiase. We're going to talk some A.J. Brown because the guy that I think is going to get kicked up to number 1 in that booth, Lou has never been a big fan of. Lou, do you know who I'm about to say?
No, I don't.
J.J. Watt.
Yeah, okay, great. Awesome.
Never.
Lou always believed about how hard he's working out, lifting his tires at 2 a.m., hoping the cameras aren't around.
Yeah, right. Your claim was he always knew where the camera was.
Always knew where the camera was.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he's going to be.
That'll be fitting for the booth then.
I think he's better than Romo, though.
But I think that's a pretty low bar at this point.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, I got you on. We're talking A.J. Brown. We were talking dream ideas for the Bills. They'll probably have room for 1 big move this offseason, probably not 2. Hendrickson, Max Crosby, and A.J. Brown came up. I don't think the Bills would do that. I don't think the Eagles will do that. And he, of course, did the thing yesterday where he answered podcast questions about Mike Vrabel, so now everyone's talking about it today. Let's start there. What are the odds you actually think he gets traded?
It's 50-50 at this point. I don't think the Eagles want to get rid of A.J. Brown. I think it's up to A.J. If he is going to come back and be the distraction that he was in 2025, anytime there's inconsistencies in the passing game, which with a new scheme, I got news for you. There probably will be. There's going to be times they run the football more than pass. There's going to be times that Devontae Smith is more involved than A.J. Brown. He can't do what he did last year every time that happens. So I think the Eagles are probably going to have to sit down with him and say, are you all in or are you all out? I don't think they can have that kind of wishy-washy, diva mentality from last year. But in a vacuum, no, the Eagles don't want to get rid of A.J. Brown. Everything they've done this offseason is about evolving the passing game. That's been the name of the game with all of their coaching changes. So to get rid of your elite wide receiver 1 and eat over $40 million in dead cap feels kind of counterproductive to that goal.
That's another part of it, right, is that it's easy from our perspective to look at and say, A.J. Brown trade's a great idea because the team acquiring him is only on the hook for $7 million. But you've got to convince the Eagles, and this is where I think it would be expensive in what you're giving them. You've got to make it worth their while to eat $40 million, which means to me you're paying a crazy price.
Well, it's not that it's completely off the table, though, because the Eagles could designate it as a post-June 1st trade, which would make it a little easier to stomach. The Eagles also in the past have been pretty okay with eating big dead cap hits because it does free up cash savings, though, and they use a lot of that cash to
when they use contract extensions, they spend a lot of upfront guaranteed money and they backload salary cap hits. So freeing up the actual cash will help. So I don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibilities. There's ways to go around it if a team were to offer them like a first-round pick or, let's say, a day 2 pick and a caliber player like a Brian Thomas Jr. Not that Jacksonville would be interested, but let's just say you could get somebody like that caliber in return. I don't think it's completely off the table. I do think, though, again, the Eagles want to find a way to make this work, but I think the ball's in AJ's court. And right now I have no idea if he wants to stay or not, because on the Micah Parsons podcast, it sounded like he was on board with the changes with the coaching staff and kept kind of talking about the Eagles in a we perspective. But then he goes on the podcast the other day with Edelman and Gronk, and he's winking about becoming a Patriot. And he's very wishy-washy, but that's kind of been A.J. Brown his entire career.
Lou DiBiase, Locked On Eagles on the Western Hotline. Is there any concern about age with him and the style of player he is? Like if we were figuring out, like, okay, you want a number 1 receiver for the long haul, he'll be 29 going into this season. Is his style going to age well?
So that's interesting. I actually was looking at that during the season when AJ wasn't being that productive the first half of the year, and that was more a product of the awful play calling, Jalen Hurts' inconsistencies, Devontae Smith was breaking out. But I was starting to wonder to myself, like, is he slowing down? I started looking at, like, other receivers of his caliber, of his style in NFL history, and, like, when they started slowing down. And AJ's hero is Julio Jones, and it's a similar style of star receiver. So I went back and looked at Julio's stats. A.J. Brown is heading into year 8. When Julio Jones was in year 8, he still had 2 more seasons where he had over 1,300 yards. Actually, the following season in year 8, he had almost 1,700 yards. So A.J., I still think, looking at that kind of trajectory, can be a star for a couple more years. But then Julio in year 9, 10, 11 really dropped off. I'm not saying A.J. Brown will suffer the same kind of fate because he hasn't had the injuries that Julio Jones did at the time. But I still think like you can guarantee the top 5, top 10 receiver for 2 more years, maybe 3 to 4. But I still think it would definitely be worth trading for him if you're a team like the Bills or, New England, Baltimore that wants this kind of player. Because I still think for a couple more years he'll be a top 5, top 10 guy.
Is the problems he had with the offense the whole results of the offense, or is it strictly how often they run the ball? Because that's the other thing, is that the Bills are not that different than the Eagles. Like, you look at all the charts and, like, how often teams run the ball in neutral situations, and, like, the Bills are right down there with the Eagles.
Yeah, I tend to roll my eyes when people are like, oh, A.J. Brown just wants the offense to be productive like we all do. It's like, no, he wants the football, because every year there's been instances where he's frustrated. He was mad in a blowout playoff win in 2022 against the Giants in the divisional round that he wasn't getting the football. In 2023, week 2 against Minnesota, Devontae Smith is cooking the Vikings, and A.J. Brown's mad in the second half. There was a sidelines dispute with him and Jalen Hurts. 2024, they're on a 10-game win streak, and he's mad about the passing game. So I think sometimes people give him too much credit for just wanting what's best for the offense. He just wants production. But no, like I think he was frustrated last year with how conservative they were, with how inconsistent the entire unit was as a whole. But he was more mad that he was kind of being used as a decoy the first half of the year, that they didn't know how to get him the football. And I think he's always preferred to probably not be in a run-first attack, which he's been in his entire career. Remember, with Tennessee, he was playing with Derrick Henry. Now in Philadelphia, he's with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. So I think he wants his numbers, and I think it's understandable. Most receivers do. But, yeah, I don't think it was in the name of just, like, the team production overall. I think he doesn't like being in the style of offense that Philadelphia currently runs.
My guess is that if in the last 5 minutes, a lot of the fans that maybe were on the fence about wanting him in Buffalo are now turned off to the idea.
But I will say, though,
it's the Diggs experience, too.
Yeah, but he's still worth it to me, because no teammates have ever talked bad about A.J. Brown. Like, yeah, it's a nuisance, and I think it can be frustrating that he shouldn't be this mad. I totally understand why there are some frustrations with A.J. Like, Jalen Hurts has been a very inconsistent passing quarterback over the years. They always have different play callers, and they do run more than pass, and they've been conservative when they don't need to be. Like, they're the highest payroll offense in football. But for him to be as mad as he was when he's had, like, 2 1,400-yard seasons with Philly, 1,000 yards at least in 4 straight seasons, he shouldn't be that mad. But no teammates have ever, talked bad about him. He's not doing sit-ups in the driveway like Terrell Owens, and I don't know, like a player of that caliber, I still think is worth it. I think the Bills, looking back now, or at least fans would probably say, we'll deal with that to bring back that caliber of receiver. So that's why the Eagles, I think they agree with a lot of AJ's frustrations, and that's why they still want to make it work, even if he can be annoying at times.
Yeah, I'm in that boat. I don't know how many fans typically are. Like, it's split. Like, it's why he's a little bit of a bit of a polarizing idea. So I'm with you though. Like, you sound like if I'm the Eagles, I'll put up with it because he's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I watched what happened with the Bills over the past couple of years. I've seen, and it's not that, history does say if you lose this kind of player, you can still compete for a championship. I mean, the Bills have, the Chiefs won 2 more Super Bowls after they traded away Tyreek Hill. They do still have Devontae Smith, and I think he's a top 10 receiver in the league if he was featured the way AJ has been in this offense. So it's not like the end of the world if he's gone, but do I want to get rid of that kind of player when your passing game is already pretty inconsistent? No, I don't. I still think he can have 2 to 3 more elite seasons. So I would try to make it work. But right now, like, it's gun to my head if I had to predict if he's in Philly or not, it's like 50-50, maybe 51-49 that he stays, but I'm really on the fence with it.
Lou DiBiase, who's going to the Combine next week.
That's right.
Love that. You've not been to the Combine. You've usually done Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah, Senior Bowl, Super Bowl. This will be the first Combine, so who knows? I might have to start watching some receivers at this point.
The Combine feels like everybody's at the Combine. I'll have Sal text you. There's like restaurants that you're like everyone's got to hit up.
I've never been to Indianapolis. No idea how to approach it, but it'll be fun.
There's a steakhouse there that I think everybody.
There we go. Yeah, I heard something about a shrimp cocktail appetizer.
That's at this place, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've been told about that in some deli by Lucas Oil Stadium, so we'll check it out.
I don't know about a deli. Lou is a any food for breakfast kind of guy. By the way.
Correct. Yeah.
He doesn't believe in breakfast as a concept. He thinks you should be. Lou sent me a picture at 8 o'clock in the morning a week ago of him eating crab salad.
Oh yeah, I'll eat a chicken Caesar wrap at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Stuffed shells at 9 o'clock. Doesn't matter to me. When I'm hungry, I eat what I want to eat.
You're getting looks around the room here.
Yeah.
The only non-breakfast item I'd go for breakfast is pizza. Like I feel like
a pepperoni pizza.
Sure, if it's cold, that's breakfast.
Yeah. I blame the overnight radio shifts back in the day. That used to make me eat whatever was available. So now I don't like breakfast food.
Clocks don't exist to you.
Nope, that's correct.
All right.
That's fair.
All right. Thanks, Lou.
Thanks.
Lou DiBiase, Locked On Eagles. You want to check him out there? Does that insult you? The idea of eating crab salad at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Crab salad's a choice.
But if you're going to go all in on,
I guess,
I'll eat anything at any time of the day, then that means anything at any time of the day.
I respect it.
You respect crab salad at 9 o'clock in the morning?
I respect going that distance, yes.
I have time for the commitment to the bit, but I can't imagine my stomach handling crab salad at 5 a.m.
When we roll in here, we're all eating crab salad.
That's a problem.
Is that why breakfast food is different than the rest of the day food? Because
easier to digest?
Yeah. Is there because
in
there's nothing in your stomach?
Yeah, I think like eggs are really easy. Toast is like super easy.
Right.
Cereal's like just toast with milk, basically.
And even like the sausage and bacon, that's
cereal
the farthest you go.
Is cereal just toast with milk?
Well, it's not
Put a poll up. I want to hear what the people have to say about that. I think I like that.
It's bread. It's some form of bread that's
what about grain?
Baked and
grain is bread.
So you've done the pizza.
Correct.
Yes.
You've done the pizza for breakfast thing, because to me like that fits under the qualification of easy to. It's bread based, right?
It's bread, tomato,
but that's the
cheese.
Thing. Tomato sauce before 11 o'clock in the morning is not something most people would go for.
What are British beans in? Tomato sauce.
I don't know what that
They're not They're not barbecue. You know how they eat toast and beans? Beans and toast?
Stop the conversation now with going to British beans.
Did you live in like Manchester for a summer? Like
no.
What are you talking about?
You've never seen that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
They're not baked beans like our barbecue baked beans, but they're like beans in a tomato sauce they put on toast. That's their breakfast.
They also eat like congealed blood with breakfast. Like I don't need
black pudding isn't as vile as anyone thinks. Okay.
Yeah, the British are not known for their culinary arts.
We don't need to be bringing Britain into this conversation about proper eating.
I've looked up a picture of British baked beans, and I can tell you I would never touch it in my life.
I wouldn't touch it, but it's tomato based, so I guess that's the alignment. And then cheese you put on whatever for breakfast.
Sure.
It's got to be a certain type of pizza though.
But you're not. He said chicken Caesar wrap at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's out.
That I can see because it's lettuce. Like it's mostly lettuce
and
salad.
If you get like turkey or chicken sausage for like breakfast, it's
right,
like aligned with that,
that's
right?
Fine. The Caesar. Right. There's. It's really dependent on. I think the food.
Yeah,
is really the indicator there.
803-0550 is the phone number. If you want on this, that's fine. Would you eat anything for breakfast mentality? Is it offensive? We got Patrick Bacon coming up at 9 o'clock, no pun intended. He is coming up from hockeystats.com on the Olympics and the Sabres' chances to make the playoffs, which his site has pretty darn high. That's coming up at 9 here on WGR, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM. I'll tell you where I'm laying out. Larry, we'll get to your call and more phone calls at 803-0550 on what's the best idea. I think right now my two favorite ideas at two different positions are the Trey Hendrickson idea in free agency and the Brian Thomas Jr. idea in the trade market. Hendrickson is not the complete player that Max Crosby is. I just think they got to stop focusing on the all-around nature of what a defensive end is going to be able to do for you. It's not a bad thing to have those traits, but I think one thing I'm hoping is different about a Jim Leonard defense versus what was true of a Sean McDermott defense is the Sean McDermott defense at that position, at defensive line and at the edge, there was a need to be able to do it all. You got to be good at setting the edge. You got to be responsible in your rush lanes, in your lanes when you're defending the run. And I'm hoping that under Jim Leonard, it's more let him loose, hell-raising, pass rush, go get the quarterback at all costs. It almost kind of, to make a hockey comparable, it's like when Dahlin is on this team under Ralph Kruger. How is he asked to play? He's basically stapled to the blue line, and you don't go below the faceoff circle. You don't move between these two spots. You stay here, you stay there, because we need you to be sure that you are back and that you are being responsible in your own end. And that limited him as a player a lot. What did Don Granato come in to do? Go wherever you want. You want to take a chance and go down into the corner? You want to take a chance and go down into the slot? Go ahead. Do it. Go take chances. Make mistakes. Be willing to make a couple of mistakes because the reward is hopefully going to be enough to overcome that. And that is the same type of mentality that I'm hoping they approach at defensive end. If you do that, I think Hendrickson is your guy. The difference between Crosby and Hendrickson might just be that Crosby is a better all-around player, defending the run, setting the edge, not getting beat by running quarterbacks and rush lanes. Hendrickson, I feel like, is more of the, he might be lacking in a lot of those areas, but tell you what, a lot of those pressure numbers, pass rush win rate, sacks, you just want to go straight up sacks. This guy is giving you more than Max Crosby is. It is funny. The guy that I really do think, of all of these names, is the most likely to sign with the Bills is the guy that Larry in South Florida, who called in at the end of the 6 o'clock hour, mentioned for them, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, and that's Romeo Doubs. 25 years old. He blocks. He plays outside, on the line, all the dirty work. Like, just exactly what I can imagine Joe Brady wanting to replace Tyrell Shavers, to replace Gabe Davis, to replace what they were hoping Keon Coleman was going to be playing that role, but being a better player for it. I mean, it'll be hilarious if they sign another receiver for like $11 million, which is probably around what he gets. Maybe he gets a little bit more than that. But that, to me, is the most likely outcome. Patrick Bacon coming up at 9 o'clock. He will not be a part of our breakfast conversation, I don't believe. Any food for breakfast, which is what my brother Lou DiBiase does. Very quickly, let's get to Tom in a car on this. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to say that pizza for breakfast is fine because the one mixed drink that you could have for breakfast where you're at the restaurant and everyone's not staring at you like you're Nicolas Cage and leaving Las Vegas is a Bloody Mary. And it's all tomato.
That's a very good point. That's right. Not only all tomato, I mean, some of these fancy places will put like chicken fingers on top of it.
Olives, all that.
Oh, yep. That's true.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Tom, for the call. This is a good point. Yep. This is a good point.
Helps me out.
Tomato involved in breakfast.
It does. It adds to me. I can't stand a Bloody Mary, so that it makes tracks for me that I wouldn't like the pizza for breakfast thing because I just don't like. I don't like tomatoes. Right?
So if you get a plate of breakfast and there's like sometimes you'll put like a whole slice of tomato on it.
Oh, dude.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't get me started. I can't
like
do tomato.
Anything involving a tomato except a tomato.
You're out.
I'm pretty much there too. I like the tomato
Ketchup,
itself.
Marinara.
That is how I was forever, and I would say in the last year or two, they're starting to grow on me.
I do try them every year, hoping that that's where I get, because I want to like them really bad. I love like the idea of just a tomato sandwich. Love that idea. I will projectile vomit the second it hits my mouth.
That's interesting. I'm that way with Tom's called about Bloody Marys. I love the idea of a Bloody Mary, and I hate them.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
I look at them and go, that looks great. Well, I want one. And anytime I ever try one, I'm just not into it.
You know what the substitute? You get a mimosa. That's the other morning.
That's so different from a Bloody Mary, though.
Different. No, you're right. Like that's what I would do in the morning instead.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Why is that so different?
But it's not tomato juice.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point.
We're gonna sit here. It's like apples to oranges. We're putting a Bloody Mary up next to mimosa
for the point of the morning drink. Like you can drink this in the morning, and that's totally normal. We've all been at a brunch where you're hammering mimosas down with your boys.
Sure,
I mean,
of course.
We've all been.
Hey, 8 a.m. on Sunday for the U.S. hockey game.
We're all going to
Great opportunity. Mm-hmm. When we come back, Patrick Bacon from HockeyStats.com on some of the odds for the Sabres to make the playoffs, which they have a pretty good number, and on the Olympics as we roll through the final couple of days here. Semis today, 10:40, the first game for Canada and Finland. Sneaky Joe DiBiase here on Jeremy and Joe. Be back with Patrick when we come back here on WGR, also on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
The U.S. women's hockey team bested Canada in an overtime thriller to take home Olympic gold.
The outlet pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move. Cuts to the net. Score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero. United States wins gold to belong.
That's Megan Keller's overtime winner. The men's tournament continues today with the semifinals. Canada takes on Finland. Puck drop set for 10:40. U.S. takes on Slovakia at 3:10. And in other news for Team USA, Jordan Stolz took home silver in the 1,500-meter speed skating final, and Alyssa Liu took the gold in the women's singles figure skating final. An updated look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still in front, 34 total medals, 16 gold. The USA jumps into second with 27 total medals, 9 gold, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. Italy falls to third with 26 total medals, 9 of them gold. And around the NFL quickly, CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz reports the Broncos are expected to hire Bills quarterback coach Ronald Curry as their wide receiver coach. Browns right guard Wyatt Teller announced he will be leaving the team in free agency, and the Rams re-signed offensive tackle David Kessenberry to a 1-year contract. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR FM.
Now Quinn Hughes. We played 3.5 minutes in overtime. Quinn Hughes shoots. He scores! He scores! Quinn Hughes in overtime wins it, and the United States will move on and face Slovakia in the semis.
Back-to-back days with U.S. overtime winners. Quinn Hughes for the men in the quarterfinals, and then, of course, Megan Keller last night, yesterday afternoon, beating Canada in the gold medal game with an incredible move. They win gold, and now the men's team moves on to play Slovakia in the semifinals. That's today at 3:10. We mentioned this earlier, but if you missed it, there was one change made to Tage Thompson's line. Although they had played together a little bit last game, Jack Hughes is going to be playing on that wing, which I think has been the best line mate that line has seen, with Dylan Larkin on it as well. 803-0550 is the phone number if you want to get some calls in as we bring in Patrick Bacon from HockeyStats.com. Now on the West Her hotline, runs that site with Jay Fresh Hockey, co-founded it. It's a great site for all things NHL and also Olympics too. Patrick, like, not everybody's doing Olympic stuff, and I feel like your site's done a great job. So thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you. I think when you're we launched, it was advancedhockeystats.com about a year ago when we launched, and we bought hockeystats.com domain and set that up about 3 months ago. And so we are the little guy compared to Money Puck and even compared to Natural Stat Trick when you look at website traffic. And so when you're the little guy, you gotta punch above your weight. And so we really wanted to stand out and kind of make a name for ourselves with the Olympics. And it's been a challenge, but it's been a ton of fun as well.
Yeah. So, of course, we're into the semifinals. Listen, 2 days in a row with overtime winners for the U.S. I'm not sure today will be the case. I want to get some Sabres with you, too. But just how heavy a favorite would you consider the U.S. to be today? And how much more of a favorite than what Canada will be facing?
Yeah. So when I look at the website, right, I look at my own projection model. U.S. is at 89% probability. Canada is at 69%. So I think that if I'm to say between the two teams, right, just thinking about this logically, forget about models, just think about kind of consensus here. USA and Canada, they're fairly close to one another, right? Canada is probably generally considered a little bit better, but USA is playing against a team with 4 NHL forwards in Slovakia, right? And when you look at that Slovakia team, these aren't star NHL forwards, right? This is Juraj Slafkovský, who's solid, a solid probably middle 6, maybe top line option, top 6, maybe top line option, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's Dalibor Dvorsky, Martin Pospisil, and Pavel Regenda. Right, I know Regenda from my Sharks was on waivers, and the other two Slovakian forwards are pretty new. On defense, they've got Chernak, Martin Fehervari, and Simon Nemec, and that's it as far as NHL players. So they really are a strong underdog here compared to Finland is full of NHL players, right? I think Finland is just understandably a much more likely team to pull off the upset than Slovakia, even if Canada is slightly better than the USA.
Patrick Bacon, HockeyStats.com on the WGR hotline. How do you think the U.S. has played relative to what their expectations were and what their roster is? I guess are you seeing them dominate? It's only 4 games, but dominate as much as you feel like they should be?
Yeah, watching the game against Sweden, I honestly, I think at points there I kind of spaced out because it felt like the Swedes really were not getting much. Even when it was 0-0, I felt like the U.S. was just in control of that game. And I went into that game thinking that Sweden had a pretty good chance there and that they were pretty closely matched. But I felt like U.S. really dominated that game. When you look at the stats, U.S. was up 26-11 in slot shots and 14-3 in inner slot shots. So from the numbers, the U.S. dominated. And watching that game, I really felt like Sweden did not get much until they had to make that late push, which we often see in games. And then once Sweden made that late push, they tied the game and then it goes into overtime. It was all USA in overtime. Now, USA, they haven't really been tested, right? They've got to play Latvia and Denmark and Germany, not the toughest opposition. But even still, until Sweden, right? But I think the USA has played very well. They've played like a top team that has a shot at Canada. They've been very dominant.
Would they still, I mean, you kind of said this earlier, I think, with the way your model looks, that they right now look like, what? How much do I want to go here? A lot lesser of a team than Canada, a little lesser of a team, or even kind of co-favorites, which is where we were kind of heading going into the tournament if they were to play head-to-head, which I still think we still kind of expect to happen here.
Yeah, that we all expect. It just kind of felt inevitable even going into the tournament, regardless of what the models say. And I would say pretty much co-favorites. I would say I think that Canada, because of Jordan Binnington's play this season specifically, Jordan Binnington has been the worst goalie in the NHL in the regular season this year. That's just pretty hard to argue against from any statistical measure. And so because of that, the model is using NHL play from these guys to estimate their performance in this single game. And there's a lot of variables and factors that aren't considered. The betting markets would have, I think, Canada as a more significant favorite, but ours would have Canada and USA.
Yeah.
Pretty close, around 50 or 55% probably for Canada.
Sorry to interrupt you. So does that kind of point to, though, that a lot of it does come down to Binnington? That if Binnington can have one of these games, which he's kind of got the reputation for, right, that like shows up in the big moments, that if he can kind of match the what Hellebuyck can do on the other side, then it's advantage Canada, but he is more likely to have that blow-up game at the worst time.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to. I think that the models probably miss a little bit of that nuance. It's probably even more oversimplified. The models, it's just, I think, more like Binnington is more likely to give up a goal than Hellebuyck by a pretty significant amount. And so in these simulations, when you run these, right, there's some where the U.S. just dominates the game anyways, and they don't even need the goaltending. But as a whole, it's just one thing that kind of plays into these probability factors. So it's the same concept that you're saying, where Binnington has a pretty good chance to just have a blow-up game like he has for many of his games this season. The model might handle the nuances a little bit differently, but ultimately that really is it. Canada would be probably more strongly favored if they just had an average goalie in net, or if they had like Logan Thompson, they'd probably be more significantly favored. They definitely have the better skating and skaters, better play driving and whatnot. So it really does come down to goaltending, why they're close to one another according to the model.
Patrick Bacon of HockeyStats.com with us. some of the players that have broke out in these Olympics or kind of just ascended on the bigger stage, whether that's statistical or what you've seen. I know you mentioned you're a Sharks guy. Like, is Macklin Celebrini top of that list? Like, who else have you seen that is kind of raising their profile in the last week or two?
It seems like so there has been a lot of talk about Olympic Slavkovsky because he dominated back in 2022 before he was even drafted. So I'll give a shout-out to Uri Slavkovsky. Another player that I think has really stood out, obviously near the top of the scoring list, is Martin Necas. Mm-hmm. He is, I think, so I'll ask this to you and maybe to those listening. Just, would you consider Martin Necas a star player in the NHL? Before the Olympics, if I'd ask you, is he an NHL star?
Fringe star at most, but I think probably most would probably say no, I would think.
Most would probably say no. Okay. So our model has him in the 86th percentile. A little bit higher than that on offense, but he's not the best defensively. Fringe star at best, right? Carolina traded him, part of the Rantanen trade, but Carolina, it felt like every other week somebody in the media was talking about how much Carolina brass hates Martin Necas, right? So he wasn't held in that highly of regard. But I think he was the Czechs' best player throughout the tournament. He led the Czechs in scoring, right? He's currently fourth in tournament scoring with 8 points. And I thought he was brilliant. Not his best game against Canada, but I really have felt like he's been brilliant throughout. So I think it's been a good coming out party for him. Dalibor Dvorsky on Slovakia, another one. Obviously, Macklin Celebrini, I could talk all day about him, right? I'm a Sharks fan. I saw his first goal live in person. He's amazing, but I think he was pretty well known. I look at Necas and Slavkovsky and maybe Dvorsky as guys who are getting a bit more traction around their names due to the Olympics.
Yeah, I think Celebrini, maybe this is, I'm sure, different in your sphere because he has been so good for San Jose this year. But him being out west, he's not on national TV all the time, that if you're someone in Buffalo or Boston, maybe Boston's different just because of where he went to school. But, you know, probably the wrong market to pick. But I think when he came in to the draft, like, great number one overall prospect, but at least I wasn't thinking of him as one of these generational guys, you know, like a Matthews level guy at number one. And all year in the NHL, he's looked like that, and he certainly, I think, has doubled down on that in the Olympics. So, like, I feel like maybe his profile did raise a lot for those that aren't watching him, you know, on a night-to-night basis.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it definitely stands out. If he finishes the season, I think it's fourth in points right now. If he finishes the season fourth in points, I think that people who kind of look at those points leaderboard and judge the West Coast players based off of that will start to give him his due. I do think I saw him, I think NHL.com did a poll for Hart Trophy ranking, and he was top 3. I definitely could see him getting Hart Trophy consideration if the Sharks make the playoffs, and I think that, especially with this kind of Olympic bump in his reputation, that becomes even more likely. But definitely it's been fun seeing people get to watch him and recognize him on the national stage. I think as a fan, one thing I'll say is the points are impressive and exciting. The one thing you don't realize about Macklin until you watch him play is just how tenacious he plays. He really is like a Crosby in that he's like a grinder, if you were to describe his play style. He's just a grinder who's going to score 100 points and lead your team to victory. But he plays like such a grinder. He's so strong in battles. He's not a big player, but I've loved watching him in the Olympics in his role.
One more guy on the Olympics, then we'll get to a little bit on the Sabres. This is kind of on the Sabres.
Absolutely.
Because Tage Thompson has been playing like low-level 5-on-5 minutes for USA, and it's looked fine, but it's been more about power play for him. But what about Dahlin for this kind of point about, you know, guys that are raising their level at the Olympics? It's maybe going to be tough for him to get a lot of attention for that because the team didn't perform, but man, he was looking like, to me, Sweden's best player for a lot of the tournament. And last year at the Four Nations was so different, Patrick, because they weren't really playing him a lot. And this year it looked totally different.
Yeah. I think that Dahlin, he did lead the Swedes in ice time, right? And he was the top scoring defenseman from them. So definitely the coaching staff agreed, and he got a lot of visibility. think Dahlin's an interesting case because, as I recall, he wasn't a finalist, but I think he might have finished top 5 in Norris voting like a couple of years ago. I think the hype around him was slightly higher a couple of years ago than this year. He's definitely considered, a top 5, top 10 defenseman in the league. But I think before the Sabres kind of turned things around, like he was in trade talks, and it wasn't clear what the future would be for him. So it's definitely like an encouraging tournament performance for him that probably went a little bit under the radar because Sweden didn't make it past the USA. But I think that he definitely is, one of the league's top defensemen, and it's easy to forget that when Buffalo is kind of treading water or struggling like they did last year. But no doubt, if people are sleeping on Dahlin, hopefully the Olympics did wake them back up because he is a stud.
Patrick Bacon, HockeyStats.com. So to the Sabres, they're going to restart here in 5 days. They'll be back in action, and they go into the break in a playoff spot with a 14-year playoff drought, the longest in NHL history. So for you right now, your site and what you see, how likely are they to make it? And really also at this point, how hard would it be for them to miss? Like how poorly do you feel like they would have to play to really be at risk of missing the playoffs?
Yeah. So first off, just first question, if there's one number to give, it's 88. 88% probability of the Sabres making the playoffs. And one more number to give is 6% probability of the Sabres winning the Stanley Cup, according to this model, which the model is notoriously bullish on the Sabres. It was bullish on them when they were out of a playoff spot to start the season, and a lot of people on Twitter really were, every time I'd post the playoff odds, people on Twitter would say, why is Buffalo so high? Why is Boston not higher than Buffalo, right? And so to your point, how poorly do they need to play to fall off the wagon? Right now, the cutoff in the Eastern Conference by points pace is 99, or 98 for the Metropolitan Division, but for the wild card spot, it's 99. So the Blue Jackets are on pace for 95. The Islanders are on pace for 98. And then there's a few teams at 89 to 91 who are kind of long shots there. So when you really look at this, there's 9 teams that have a solid chance, right? Columbus being the one that's kind of knocking on the door of that wild card spot along with Boston. Right now, Buffalo kind of in that wild card mix, but also could jump into that division mix with Detroit and Montreal. They're in a great spot. It would likely take a collapse for them to miss. It would require a pretty bad drop-off from Buffalo, and then also kind of a jump from Columbus or like a miracle run from Ottawa. Ottawa's interesting because they've actually been a decent team outside of goaltending, but goaltending counts for winning games, and they haven't been great at that. Overall, I think the Sabres are a pretty safe pick to make it this year. I wouldn't sweat too hard about that if I were a Buffalo fan, but I can understand why Buffalo fans might sweat just given how things have played out in the past.
Yeah, the number, I think, right, that everyone is first thinking about there is the 88% to make the playoffs, but when I'm looking, when I hear 6% to win the Cup, like it's not that that's like a crazy high percentage at all, but I mean, your site's got that third in the East. So, I don't know, like if they do get in, I think maybe the question mark here with that, like that I would have, is can their goalies hold up? Because all of them maybe are performing a little bit above what you'd expect this year. And will that continue into the playoffs where sometimes you need to have a hot goalie? So how do you see that? Like, do you think that needs to happen? Like someone in that has got to keep it rolling for them to be one of these teams that maybe surprises and wins a round or two.
Yeah, goaltending is just such a fickle beast. It's funny. When you go into the numbers, right, when you're building these kind of models, just to give an idea on what happens under the hood, you're using past performance to project future performance. And you're looking at how have different components translated to future performance in the past, right? So you're looking at, year over year, how much is goaltending predictable? How much is goaltending repeatable? And the answer is it's really not that predictable. It's by far the hardest position in hockey to predict, right? We can all guarantee that Connor McDavid next year is going to be one of the best offensive players. Like, we know that for a fact. But we have years where a guy like Philip Grubauer will be a Vezina finalist one year and then the worst goalie in the league in the Kraken's inaugural season, right? And so when building a model, what mine has ended up doing is putting a fairly low emphasis on goaltending as a whole. And that's why the model was always high on the Sabres. Early in the season, their underlying metrics were strong. They were scoring plenty. They just did not get the goaltending they needed. And so definitely goaltending is something that could blow them up. But on the flip side of that, we have seen teams with not established goaltending go far, right? We saw Vegas win the Stanley Cup with Adin Hill, who was their third-string goalie, who the previous season my Sharks had traded him for pennies because he wasn't good enough for them, a non-playoff team. And so goaltending is just such a fickle beast. It could definitely sink the Sabres, but at the same time, it could also sink, last year goaltending almost sunk the Winnipeg Jets, and they had a Hart Trophy winning goalie in net. So that's just the part that's the hardest to predict, and that's part of what makes playoff hockey so exciting, right? Goaltending could also sink the Avs, right? Mackenzie Blackwood could just turn into a pumpkin against whomever they play, and the Avs could win the President's Trophy and be out. So that's, I think, how I see things for the Sabres. I don't worry more about goaltending for the Sabres so much relative to other teams because I just worry about goaltending for everybody, if that makes sense.
Right. Patrick Bacon, hockeystats.com, 88%. They've got the Sabres to make the playoffs. They get rolling again in 5 days in the Olympics today. Thanks, Patrick, for joining, and maybe we'll do it again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, and appreciate everyone listening. And I'm on Twitter at TopDownHockey. If anybody has further questions about the model or anything that was discussed, just feel free to reach out. I'm usually pretty responsive.
Definitely. Are by the way, last thing, are Red Wings fans the ones that are in your mentions the most right now? Because they're the team that I always see that you guys have low. Not that I disagree with it. Like, I watch them and I'm not impressed, but is that the fan base that's after you the most?
I think that's the one that Jay Fresh, who I work with, definitely seems to just butt heads with for whatever reason. I think I'm just going to take a quick look right now. It looks like the model says that the Red Wings are at a 50% chance to make the playoffs, which definitely feels low considering they're comfortably in a playoff spot right now. So I would give Red Wings fans the right to say, this guy's model is especially low on us. And I would give him the right to hate a little bit until, I'm proven correct.
Yeah.
Right?
Thanks, Patrick, again. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Hockeystats.com if you want to check out the site. And it's visually really easy to look at, and it's got all the odds there for you on everything from the point projections, the playoff odds, the Stanley Cup odds, and picking first overall odds, which is on there as well, live. The Rangers at 11%. We don't need that in our lives. The Rangers getting a first overall pick. The Sabres, 99%. 99-point projection is what they got at right now, and they're on a 101-point pace. 5 days until they get rolling again, and then 5 games until the trade deadline, which means that they likely will not have a lot of time here to figure out what they want to do. I asked Paul about this yesterday for a minute. The thing I'm wondering with them is what is happening with Jordan Greenway. Because we figured out that there's no LTIR this year where you can stash the guy on LTIR, save all your cap space, and then you bring the guy back for night one of the playoffs, and now I'm over the salary cap, but it's okay. The Lightning have done this. The Golden Knights have done this. Many teams have done this. That's gone. But what you can do is put a guy on LTIR and gain their salary cap back if they're not coming back at all. And where do they think Jordan Greenway is? Because that was a hernia injury, tried to play through it, didn't work, back on the shelf, no timetable to return. And that is $4 million that you could save putting him on that list that you could do a lot with at the trade deadline. They are not some team that's flush with cap space. Like, they will have to manage things. And if you get a $4 million bump because you decide Greenway's not coming back, put him on the shelf, let's go use that money for something. I mean, you might want to do that anyway. The way he's played this year and just in general, like, he's not my favorite player. I guess at his peak, would he be a good player for you to have in the playoffs with his size and physicality? Sure. But the risk of him being injured and maybe coming back and maybe not being 100%, even if he does, I feel like you'd just rather have the $4 million to play around with and go get some rental or go help that use you to, or help that get you a big player like a Robert Thomas or a Jordan Kyrou, one of these big name guys that are making a lot of money. 803-0550, the phone number. If you've got a Sabre thought on anything we just heard there on the Olympics, and, of course, our football conversation from earlier as well. Here on Jeremy and Joe, we're also now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR AM. A.J. Brown is the type of receiver and the level of receiver that I think this offense needs. I mean, I don't know how many people, though, he is the dream for. What's your dream idea? How many people are saying A.J. Brown? Because there are going to be what-ifs with everybody. But with him, it is, I don't know how much he's got left in the tank, how well he is going to age playing the type of way that he does at the position. But he is still only 28, so he should have a couple more years at that. The contract's not a bad thing for him because it's only going to cost him, the Bills or any team that trades for him, like $7 million. The price that you're giving up, though, to Philly will likely be more because they're the ones that have to eat all the money. And that's going to cause them to have to take on a big number. What's the best idea here? Is it Trey Hendrickson? Is it Max Crosby? Is it Brown? Is it Brian Thomas Jr.? Is it Budda Baker, who's a star safety that is maybe available in Arizona? It depends what they want to do, but that's going to be a bit of a what-if with all these guys right now. Like, how available are they really? These are all names, though, that you could reasonably get to. That guy could be traded. What's the best idea? If the Bills make one big swing on a veteran player, not anything pertaining to the draft, what is the right big swing? They have not really made one since they signed Von Miller. Time now for the stat of the day, brought to you by Jan's Smoke Shop, 2 in Gas Mart, where everything about Jan's Smoke Shop is smoking. Alyssa Liu, last night, the first U.S. figure skater to win the women's single in 24 years. It has not happened since Salt Lake in 2002. She won gold last night. The figure skating, I think, is the most popular of the winter sport events, right? By the ratings.
I think that's right.
I think hockey comes close when the NHLers are there. Like maybe it's even almost like a basically a tie.
I wonder where curling is on that list. I feel like so many people have been into it this year specifically.
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
I think that's one of those where I know I'm watching a lot of the curling, but I don't imagine it does a big number.
Yeah.
But maybe you're right.
Especially with the cheating scandals this year.
I know, right?
I think it definitely popped this year in a bigger way because of that.
Here, this is before the Olympics began, so this wouldn't count this year. The top 5 sports by their share in the TV ratings. Although I want to know what this data is from. Is this from one Olympics? Because if that features the non-NHL players, then I don't know what that would be from. But what I've got here is that curling is below. Curling is at a 10.
Ooh.
10%. Okay, what is this for? I don't like this. I'm getting rid of this list.
I was going to say 10% of what? The audience?
Yeah,
what audience?
10% of no audience is watching curling.
Yeah.
Maybe in Canada. Not the U.S. audience.
No.
At any point.
No.
The time of day makes it a little bit worse as well, so.
No.
Slovakia and the U.S. a little bit later on.
I'm excited. Slavkovsky scares me. I said that earlier, but he scares me. I think he can take a game over.
What should the score be today?
4-1.
4-1?
4-1. Decisive, but not absurd.
And you were very anti my idea of playing Hellebuck at the start and pulling him at some point when you're up big.
Don't do that.
That's asking for a groin injury bad.
That's 100% right.
Like just
the
whoever's coming in.
The other guy, right?
Yeah, it's for Swayman or Ottinger would come in and blow their knee out, and then Hellebuck has to go back in, and then he's got to blow his knee out.
Yeah.
And you're asking for trouble.
Don't
do that.
Talking with Patrick Bacon about why the U.S. is a co-favorite and how that ends up being all of this really does just come down to one dude. It really is just Jordan Binnington is going to decide who wins the gold medal. And to his credit, I've been waiting for him to implode.
I know.
Both at last year's Four Nations and at the Olympics.
Yeah.
Now, you could argue he hasn't really seen a big enough challenge yet at these Olympics to implode. Maybe that happens today. It could. Patrick wasn't wrong. Statistically, he's the worst goalie in the NHL this year.
Oh, he's a disaster.
But it just doesn't seem to matter. And I do think one area that I think even he would admit to a big difference between where his model would put Binnington versus what Binnington is here at this tournament is, yes, he's been the worst goalie in the league this year on the St. Louis Blues.
Mm-hmm.
But when you go in front of all of those guys playing for Team Canada, are you a completely different goaltender? And he seems to represent that because he just doesn't look like the same person in net when he's playing for Canada versus when he's been on the Blues for at least the last 2 years.
Yeah, I talk often about how much environment matters for goaltenders. It's very dependent on what your skill set is and how the team around you defends and whether that accentuates your skills or your weaknesses. The easiest example is a goalie like Brandon Bussey is very good at saving shots on the rush. And Carolina gives up a lot of rush chances, so that's a good match. Well, if you had, I don't know, Luukkonen isn't the best on rush chances. If Luukkonen was in that situation and he was facing all the 2-on-1s and breakaways that Bussey has to, he would not perform the same way that Bussey does. But there are things that Luukkonen is solid at, like maybe, play reading or seam passes, whatever it might be, that another guy might not have that your team is better at or worse at. And there's a game, a puzzle to be completed when you're deciding who your goalie is going to be based on how you want to play the game. And so there's a lot of, I don't know how much all teams think about that. I would think and hope that NHL teams all are aware of that fact and think about it. But I don't know that they do. Like, goaltending is a position that is neglected in countless ways, from how it's thought about, analytics on it, to how they're paid, how they're drafted. Like, goalies are an afterthought for coaches in almost every place. So it's not something that people always consider. Like, I know that there are times in the NHL, I've heard stories of goalie coaches that aren't told that their team's about to trade for a goaltender, and that coach is like, that's not going to work. That guy can't play here. He can't do what we need a goalie to do. And it blows up, and the GM looks like an idiot, and the goalie coach is like, I could have told you that wasn't going to work, but nobody asked me.
Right.
That's like where goalies stand in many organizations and all across hockey. It's an afterthought, but it matters and can change everything for you. So I think Binnington, I would bet that Canada, because they've got all the top coaches, are aware of all of that and do think about that and try to put Binnington in the best position to succeed, because he is a great goaltender in certain ways. He's very athletic, he's fiery, and he can make big saves, but he does struggle in other areas that I think Canada is likely very conscious of and knows we can do this. Or if they're not conscious of it, they subconsciously realize, well, this guy's good at all the stuff we're not, and so that's why he performs well with us. So we're just going to keep riding him. It's why they stick with him so much. Like, even Four Nations last year, it was a question. Like, is this going to be the guy? Like, Binnington is your best guy in Canada? Really? That seems bad. But he was great, and he's been good, so it works. And I think a lot of it is that stuff that I mentioned. Like, it's fit.
Yeah. How about that point a little bit that also Patrick makes on why the Sabres cup odds are so high on their website? Just one website, just one model, right? And there's a lot of them out there. But for theirs, the Sabres have the third best chance at winning the Stanley Cup in the East. At their odds at hockeystats.com. 6%.
That's pretty high.
That's below Tampa, which is at 17. Carolina, that's at 10. Buffalo is then at 6 before you get to Pittsburgh and Montreal at 4 and 3. Detroit's at 0.3. They do not like Detroit.
No.
But 6% to win the Cup, third best in the East. And when I asked him about that, it's basically him saying, well, I don't think the Sabres goalies are any more likely to implode than Montreal's, Pittsburgh's. Should some see where I wonder about that though is I don't want to do that for everybody. I'm good doing that with a lot of guys. Like, you want to tell me that Alex Lyon is no less likely to fall off than either of the guys that are playing right now in Montreal, or Silvas in Pittsburgh, or John Gibson in Detroit?
Right.
Like, I can listen to that totally. What about Jeremy Swayman? Because you got the Sabres odds 6 times higher to win the Cup than Boston's. And I do think the team that gets the hot goalie is often, and then you got to have a good team too, but you get the hot goalie in the playoffs, and then you're going to ride that. You're going to ride that to winning multiple series and sometimes even the Cup. And I look at like Jeremy Swayman and just say, yeah, that guy's more likely of doing that than anybody I have here.
Yeah. 100%.
So to me, the difference between, not to say I'm going to trash on his odds that are positive in favor of the Sabres, but I guess Boston to me shouldn't be that much lower, but I guess it's good news that somebody's out there being like, no, they should be that much lower.
I would predict they are lower because the roster wise is nowhere. I don't think they're anywhere close to really as good as the Sabres are.
Right.
I just don't think that they've got the same thing.
And basically that would be Swayman gets hot. That's great for you. You don't have the team to take advantage of it.
Exactly.
Whereas, so like your upside is Swayman plays out of his mind and maybe you barely squeak through a round. Whereas the Sabres are good enough where if you get that same level of goaltending,
you're gonna
somehow from one of the guys, your team's good enough to take advantage of that and go beat Montreal in the first round.
Exactly.
Maybe you pull an upset on Tampa in the second round, and now I'm in the finals. Now I'm in the conference finals.
That's I think that is the difference there. This is just that Boston roster doesn't have the talent that the Sabres one does, and therefore they can do less with their advantage in net. That's it's tough. Like that position, I was just talking about how neglected it is. It's because it's so hard to, we heard Bacon say it, predict and understand what is going to work and what isn't and when. It's impossible. It's voodoo. Everybody says that. And there are ways to try to get as good an idea as you can, and there's more to be learned than what people think. But it's also the nature of the position is you are always the reactor. You don't dictate anything. You are catching up always. That's why shooters are getting better, and goalies have to catch up as a position group. It's the nature of the job, and so it's so difficult to factor that into what it'll matter for teams, because you have teams like the Canadians that went to the Cup final off like that was Carey Price. Carey Price carried them to a Cup final, and it was COVID, whatever. He was a world beater for them. And they got good performances from some guys. Caulfield, Suzuki was great. But he did it. But you could get the same level of performance, and if you don't time how you're scoring, or it doesn't quite work out, you get a bad bounce. It could not matter even a little bit. And that's the challenge of projecting anything in the sport as a whole, and even more so with goaltenders.
You know what's going to be really interesting is how Lindy approaches goalies should they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
We've had the discussion, and people have had fun with it, like who starts night one in goal. That's so tough, I think, to predict. Like, for me, my answer is always who was hot that week.
Right.
Whoever was hottest that week, that month, April, that's who starts night one. What are the odds that both guys play? And both guys, just for now, I'm going to refer to as Luukkonen and Lyon.
I would bet that they both get a game.
Because that will be abnormal for Lindy.
Yes.
Lindy, throughout his entire career, I am trying to find, other than when Dwayne Rollison played 5 playoff games in 99, a backup getting in. And that would have only been due to injury, to Hasek.
Right.
It
wasn't
obviously
play thing.
Yeah. No other time that I can find. I'm looking through his Dallas years and his New Jersey years. I don't think Lindy has ever rotated goalies in the playoffs in a long career.
Well, yeah, he's an old school coach, and like that's not an old school thing to do. Like the old school thought process is
right.
If you've got 2 number ones, you don't have one.
So does Lindy just pick a guy and ride or die?
I think it's dependent. I would think that he will do that.
I guess the only way we'd really see that tested is whoever starts night one. If they just play well,
then I think
I don't think there's a rotation.
Yeah.
But, yeah, how does Lindy react if Luukkonen played game 2 and he let in 4?
Right.
That'll be a really interesting test. Because, again, I'm looking through Dallas. I don't think he did it.
You go.
No, he did. 1 year. 1 year he started letting in 10 playoff games and Niemi 3.
Right.
So there was 1 year where he rotated.
Yeah.
But he's made the playoffs a lot of years, and that might be the only time. 803-0550 if you want to get a quick call in as we get to Extendo Sports and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR, now on 107.7 and 104.7 WGR AM. FM. You know what? The goal by Megan Keller is got to be one of the greatest golden goals in sports history. Like, just in terms of, I mean, you could do it in terms of anything, I guess, because of the stage. It's the gold medal game at the Olympics, and it's USA and Canada. But it is as impressive a goal as any golden goal or any buzzer beater, any play to win a title or a championship or a gold medal, whatever. It is as impressive a goal as you'll see. That is one of the benefits, I guess, of getting these 3-on-3 overtimes in these tournaments, is I don't like it for, there is a bit of randomness attached to it, and I tend to think that it's good for the lesser team. But, man, what you definitely get are skilled goals, and you've had 2 of those in 2 days. I mean, the Quinn Hughes goal is not quite what Keller did, but that is speed and ripping down the slot and firing a shot, posting in. And then the Keller goal, if anybody has played the NHL video game for a very long time, that is the L1 deke that she pulled off and did it as clean as I've ever seen. Under the blocker, right? Got it under the blocker.
Yeah, that was a crazy nasty move she pulled off there. I mean, it was awesome. That was such a fun, like, tense game too. The USA just looked tight all game, like they knew that pressure was on them, and then they come through clutch. Hillary Knight comes through when she always does, and Keller's that goal was obviously, like we were just talking about, like that was awesome.
What is better? Is there a better golden goal anywhere before? I mean, hockey has what? It has. They showed a highlight of Poulin scoring a golden goal for Canada, I think in the 2014 Winter Olympics. That wasn't quite in overtime though. I think it was in the final minute of the game. Crosby in the Winter Olympics for Canada. That, again, it's like big stage. But if I'm talking the most impressive one we've seen, I mean, really, it's just a shot from like below the face-off circle, 5-hole.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's smart. It's a savvy shot, but it's not exactly an impressive toe drag top corner. Like,
women's curling semifinals on the TV now. U.S. down 4-3 to Switzerland in the 8th end, which means they're running out of time here. Switzerland had not lost in this tournament until the U.S. beat them yesterday in the final game of the round robin, and now they're down 1 with a little ways to go here. This is on USA, I think. Obviously, all these matches are on Peacock, too. No Sidney Crosby for Team Canada. He is not dressing. He reportedly is still hopeful that he'll be able to play in the gold medal game on Sunday should they beat Finland. So things get moved around in their lineup. Nick Suzuki goes up to third-line center. McKinnon is now going to play with Seth Jarvis and Bo Horvat. And Sam Reinhart not on a regular line. I do think it's a little weird that he's not higher in the lineup. I mean, he was great at the Four Nations last year, and like when they did their, I don't know how important this really is, but when they did like their orientation thing, like setting up the year for Team Canada, the 3 players they had on the stage with microphones at whatever they were doing was McDavid, Crosby, and Reinhart. Which doesn't have to mean he has to be on the second line because he was in front of an audience, but little weird. He's kind of like Tage, though, where even though he might not be playing a lot of 5-on-5, like he's on their number 1 power play unit. And he's kind of the power play specialist of the group. So, Canada against Finland in less than an hour. How would we feel if Finland pulled the upset? Still not as fired up for Sunday? How I guess no one would be as fired up, but how much would it go down for you if it was Finland?
I want it to be Canada-USA. It's a similar conversation as to if the Chiefs aren't in the playoffs and the Bills win the Super Bowl, I think. Like, the two juggernauts, we've been talking about it for how many weeks now, kind of have to clash. But I mean, it'll still be exciting. I'm going to watch Team USA no matter what. But I think it goes down a little bit.
I've been talking about this with Brad the last couple of days. I need it to be Canada. I'm not ready for Canada to lose and then the U.S. to win and then Canada to say, well, it doesn't count. You didn't beat us. I can't.
Right.
I want the Kachucks to be able to go out and say, this is our game now, and not have Canadian fans be able to say anything back. I want that. I wanted the Chiefs in the playoffs. I wanted the Patriots in the AFC game.
Yep.
Give me the guys that hate me. I want to beat them. That's me.
All right.
I like Czechia and Canada the other day in overtime. I was rooting hard for Canada. Hard.
Yeah, I liked that it happened the way it did after it was over. It's really hard for me in the moment, though, to root for Canada in these games when they're such a big favorite. All right, Norton Automotive Extra Point Show on the way next. Have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you here on Monday here on WGR on Jeremy and Joe. Now on FM, 107.7 WGR FM.